Recording in progress.
Good day. Who's there? Knock, knock, knock.
Olieche, good to see you. How you
I'm
doing?
here. I think you see.
I think by now,
That's
so
why I
Leka
told you
has,
yesterday,
has
don't go to
called
the
me,
stadium.
and we won. We are going to America.
And we won because of you.
We are going to
You were not
America,
there.
folks.
You were not there. That's why we won. Yes, we're going to America.
Honorable Matahung, you can't say that thing.
So if
of the portfolio to make those, and then also call upon members if there's any of your colleagues that perhaps sent a message for not being able to attend this meeting.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members, everyone on the platform. Chair, we do have an apology from Mr. Daniels. He will not be joining the meeting today, Chair. We also have an apology from the Minister. He's in a cabinet meeting. And we have a standing apology for this week from the DM. She is in Turkey. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Is there any member who would like to also make apologies on behalf of someone? If there is none, I'm going to give immediately over to the department. I'm not going to ask the department or members to introduce themselves. I am aware that members is quite known to a number of those within this meeting. And if there are new members responsible for a designated area pertaining to a presentation or a speaking term, please feel free to introduce yourself, your position within the organization, and then you can proceed. Dr. Kumalo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just trying to switch on my video. Hoping it's my face is showing. Good morning to yourself, Chairperson, and good morning to the honorable members. Would then go directly into the presentation, Chair, as you have directed. We do have several of the senior management present in the meeting, but as also you've indicated, at the time when perhaps they called upon to provide some of the responses, we will then indicate who they are. This presentation, Chairperson and members, is a presentation that takes the Portfolio Committee for Sport, Arts and Culture through the annual performance of the department in 24-25. If you look at the outline that we have provided, you will note that in the presentation we cover the overview. If the person who's moving the slides could please move with me. In the presentation outline, we cover the period of 5 years where we do a comparative, and then the performance as per the financial year 24-25. And then we go into the specific programs. And thank you, Chair. We noted in the agenda that you've provided us about an hour for our presentation. We will try and save on time. Where there's 3 of us who will be sharing this presentation. I will start off with the introductory part and the general overview or overall overview, and then the chief director responsible for management and planning will then go into the detailed program performance, per program performance, and then the CFO will come in last. And maybe, Chairperson, just to emphasize on what you've just said, beside the 184-pager that we are going to be presenting today, we also have attached several other annexures that try and respond to some of the requests that we have been getting over the period from the members of the portfolio in terms of indicating the impact of each of the key performance indicators that are contained in our annual performance plan. And you would note that they are annexures that give that detail for program, the core programs, which is program 2, program 3, and program 4. Over and above that, we have also tried our best, as requested by the portfolio committee, to provide the portfolio of evidence where applicable in the form of visuals and also in the form of the detail pertaining to where exactly that project took place. I've already highlighted the purpose. If you could please move either Lord Wikonontomfuti, the person who's projecting. So I will go past this particular slide because I've already spoken to it and just touch on the introduction. In terms of the introduction, we do want to highlight, Chairperson, that the report that we are tabling is in keeping and in compliance to Section 40, subsection 1A of the PFMA, and that the annual report stems from the revised and tabled Department of Sport, Arts and Culture's annual performance plan, as we indicated, for the last financial year, which has already been audited. This particular annual performance plan had 45 performance indicators that were planned, and this is apart from what is contained in the operational plan, which is mostly operational work, day-to-day work that is actually also being done within the department. We also want to indicate that this APP has been audited internally by the Internal Audit Unit, and that the AG, Office of the Auditor General, conducted the annual performance audit on Program 2 and Program 3 in terms of performance over and above what I believe they tabled yesterday to the Portfolio Committee. We have had several challenges as a department in the execution of our work, but despite those challenges which were observed during the execution of our work, which also led to some of the changes that were made during the fiscal year, but we are going to indicate where we recorded underperformance and overperformance. The work that we do is in keeping with the vision as per the mandate of the department, that we ensure that we inspire active, creative, winning, and socially cohesive nation. We do want to indicate, and the CFO would go into detail, Chairperson and honorable members, that the actual expenditure as of the end of that financial year 24-25 amounted to 6 billion of 6073 billion of its total budget that was actually allocated. I would like, if there's a typo there, the CFO, when he presents, to then do a correction. But we do want to indicate that overall, in terms of the actual expenditure percentage, set at 99.5%. We want to then go on and look at how we fared in as far as the performance. We did a comparative, which always become important to do a comparative. And our comparative that we did is over the 5-year period, as it were. Starting in the financial year 2021, where we had a total of 39 key performance indicators. The following year, we had 45. The following financial year, we had 46. 23-24, we had 45 key performance indicators. And this last financial year, that is under review or that is being reported on, set at a total of 45. You will note then, Chairperson, that we also do report on the performance over those particular 5 years that we have made reference to. At the bottom of that particular slide that is showing a comparative, we do also indicate that in terms of our calculation, I'm in the previous slide, the person who's projecting for me. In the comparative that we are showing, we do also indicate that if you look in terms of overall, there is an improvement that we are highlighting in our performance as a department from the 2020-21 financial year to the 24-25, which we calculated at about 19%. We will, however, as you've also indicated, highlight the areas where we're still having challenges achieving, which then leads to us not being able to achieve 100% out of what is in our annual performance plan. If we then look, Chair, at the individual programs, members are by now aware that the department is structured in such a way that it's made up of 4 programs, which is administration, recreation, development and sport promotion, arts, culture promotion and development, and heritage promotion and preservation. You will then note that of these particular programs, it is only heritage promotion and preservation that achieved 100% in terms of the 9 KPIs, key performance indicators that they had planned to implement, which they managed over the year to implement. The other programs, which is administration, had 6 KPIs. They achieved 5 out of the 6. The recreation, development and sport had 11. They achieved 10 out of those 11. Arts, culture, promotion and development had 19, and they achieved a total of 18. I want to very quickly, before then the Chief Director takes the members through the specific program performance, I want to quickly highlight the 3 key performance indicators that we could not achieve. These were the number of sport, arts and culture izimbizos, where the plan was to deliver against 9, but the actual achievement was 3. When we were reporting on our quarterly performance, we did also emanating from the questions that the portfolio committee was asking, explain, but we will also provide explanation today as well. The second one, which we couldn't achieve, is the percentage of national federations meeting 50% or more of their self-set transformation targets. Target there was 100%, only 59% was achieved. Again, we'll go into detail. Last but not least is the number of artists placed in schools. The target that we were expected to deliver against is 304, but the actual achievement was only calculated against 235, with 69 there wasn't adequate a portfolio of evidence that was provided for us to be able to claim having achieved that particular one. Chairperson, that is a broad overview that I was providing in terms of the performance of the department in the year under review. Chief Director Mahlobo, please go program by program. Note the time that has been allocated to us by the portfolio committee. Over to you.
Thank you, DJ. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. Yes. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. I'm going to be presenting from here going forward.
Please proceed.
Starting with program 1, the first target that we had under program 1 were the percentage of interns enrolled against funded posts. We had planned 5 and we achieved 6.8. The reason for the overachievement was that placement opportunities and additional fundings were identified, enabling the placement of more interns beyond the initial minimum target of 5%. Under the target of number of systems developed to automate and manualize functions, 2 were planned and 2 were developed. One was the human resource system, and the other one was under sport, on the sport participation. The next one is it's the target that is not achieved. We had planned is the number of sports. Art and culture izimbizos had. We had planned 9 and only 3 were achieved. The reason is that the izimbizos were prioritized to structured meetings to address urgent matters affecting the sport, arts and culture sector. This is the geographical spread. I won't go through each, taking it as that it has been read by members. And these are just the pictures showing the Zimbizos. Here is the number of events hosted in support of the 30 years of democracy. We had planned 30 and we overachieved with one. We did 31. The reason for the deviation and the overachievement is that the human rights and swimming pool handover weekend was done additionally to ensure that at least one event took place in all the 9 provinces. So here is the geographical spread of where the 30 years of democracy was hosted. And the next one, it just showed how it was hosted, the project name. Apologies, the laptop has frozen on our site.
Please go, can you please go on? Because I think members have got copies. If you can go on while they catch up.
So the next one shows the pictures of where the events, where the actual hosting of the 30 years of democracy. The next one is percentage of valid invoices paid within 30 days, and all the invoices were paid within 30 days. And percentage of council boards that are fully constituted, we have achieved 100%. All the 28 out of 28 are fully constituted. Then the next one is program 2, the recreation development and sport promotion, whereby we achieved 91%. Here, the first target is the number of athletics development programs supported, where planned 9 and 9 were supported. So the next picture is showing the graphic where the events were held. Number of sports and recreation bodies supported were planned to support 50 and 58 were supported. The overachievement was due to that there was an increase in the number of sports and recreation bodies that met all the compliance requirements, allowing for additional transfer. The department had made a financial provision for such eventuality. The next slide is just showing in picture that way it took place, in which province, and how many were taken in, how many sport bodies were supported in each province. And the next slide is where we then break it down to show the bodies that were supported and in each province how many were supported. The next one is number of organized community-based sports and recreation activities supported. 90 were planned and 90 were supported. The next slide is showing the breakdown per province of the organized community-based sport activity and recreation activities supported. So the next slide is just showing the project name and the venue where this happened and around which date. So it's just showing in a detailed form to allow members to see in the provinces that we supported the community-based sports and recreation activities, is in which provinces. The next one is just the pictures of that event. The number of sports and recreation events implemented were planned 5 and 5 were implemented. Then it shows that it happened in the Eastern Cape, Gauteng, and Free State. And then we're just showing in which areas the project name for in the next slide and the picture of it happening. The next one is the number of hubs, clubs, or schools provided with equipment and or attire to enable participation in sports and or recreation, where the target of planned a target of 3,500 and we overachieved to 4,923. The overachievement was attributed to a ministerial outreach programs and MEC special projects undertaken in provinces where more beneficiaries received equipment and attire. Here we're just showing the breakdown for each province. And this slide was just showing how many schools, hubs, and clubs were supported. And then we show the actual equipment. Number of learners participating in the National Sport Championship were planned 4,000, and 4,330 learners participated in the National Sport Championship. The reason is that the National School Sport Championships were autumn quarter 1 and summer quarter 2. Then the department supported the hosting of the Chess National Sport Championships to assist schools, SA Schools Chess Association to prepare for the World Youth Chess Championship in 2024-25. And furthermore, the department supported the hosting of the football under 15 to assist SAFA to participate in the COSAFA Schools 2024 and CAF in 2025. This is just shows the learners supported in each province. And here we're just breaking it down so that it shows them in terms of the demographics, the support that was provided. Number of school sport leagues supported at district level were planned 90, and 123 school sports leagues were supported at district levels. So here we overachieved again, and this was as a result in an increased number of schools participating in an increased number of sporting courts and age groups. This also included sporting courts to support athletes with disabilities. So here we are also showing per province the schools that were supported in the school support leagues supported at a district level. So here we're just showing the project name where the support took place so that it gives honorable members the way the support that was provided and how it was provided. So all the slides are just showing as per province the support that was provided and in the different sporting codes that were supported. And the pictures of the actual school sports leagues. Number of municipalities supported during the planning and implementation of sports and recreation infrastructure project to ensure compliance with the applicable norms and standards. We had planned to support 52 municipalities and 105 municipalities were supported. This was due to incomplete projects from the previous financial year, benefiting in the upcoming financial year. So this was just showing per province how many municipalities were supported. And then we then break down in the municipalities that were then supported in the financial year. So the next slides are just showing clearly in each municipalities and the municipalities that are supported. And the next one is the number of community outdoor gyms and children's play parks constructed. There were 10 that were planned, but we did 11. This was true that there was an additional gym installed. This was due to a specific request informed by service delivery demand from the community of Ngantane in the Mnuma local municipality in the Eastern Cape. So here we just show the community gyms that were built in each province. And then we break down to the municipalities that this community outdoor gyms and children's play parks were constructed. And then we showed the pictures actually of the gyms and play parks that were constructed. The next indicator is the number of monitoring reports compiled on the heritage legacy facilities developed and or maintained. We have developed 8 reports. These reports were around the Isipupu Cultural Arena and the Sarah Batman Center. Then the next one is the percentage of National Federation meeting 50 or more of their self-set targets. We had planned to be at 100%, but we are currently at 59%. A total of 17 national federations were targeted for the period under review. However, the target could not be met because of lack of cooperation. Secondly, out of the 12 that submitted, only 10 achieved 50 or more of their self-set targets. The next program that we're moving to is the Arts and Culture Promotion and Development Project, which achieved 95% of its target. So the first one is the number of multi-year human language technology projects supported. 8 were planned and 8 were supported. They are listed in the slide. And we are showing in a visual form the project supported. The percentage of received and accepted official documents that are translated and edited. We had all that were received were translated and edited. The African languages was 582, English to Afrikaans 92, and foreign languages 25. And then the next target is the number of university students supported to study languages. We had planned 140, 187 university students were supported to study languages. An additional of 47 students have no bearing on the allocated funds to 9 universities by DSEC. Awarding of the bursary is at the discretion of individual universities based on the cost of their courses and language-related modules registered for. Some universities are cheaper than others. So here we just show how many students were supported in each university, and we are showing the names of the university where the students are studying. The next one is the number of projects supported to enable local and international market access. 15 were planned and 15 were implemented. We are showing which projects were supported in the slide and in which province and when this happened. And then we show it also in a visual form. The next one is the number of capacity building projects supported. 22 were planned and 22 capacity projects were supported. And then we're showing the projects that were supported and also in a visual slide. The number of provincial community arts development programs supported were planned 9, 9 were supported, and we're showing the project name and the province where this support was provided and also in a visual form. The number of youth focus arts development programs supported, 4 were planned and 4 were implemented. And then we outlined the 4 that were implemented. Number of initiatives against gender-based violence and femicide supported, 2 were planned and 2 were implemented, and they are outlined in the slide. The next slide is the number of progress reports on the implementation of the international relations strategy. We planned 4 and 4 progress reports were developed. The number of moral regeneration movement projects supported, 5 were planned and 5 were implemented. In the next slide, we show which project was supported and in which province the support happened. The next one is the number of community conversations or dialogue implemented to foster social interactions per year. 15 were planned and 15 were implemented. And then in the next slide, we also show the project name and the venue and the province where this event happened, and the actual visual slide of the event. The next one is the number of advocacy platforms on social cohesion and national building implemented. 20 were planned and 20 platforms were implemented. And then we outlined the project where this was implemented. The next one is the number of projects through which target groups are supported. Were planned 8 and 10 were implemented. This was due to a high number of applications received for funding. 10 NPOs were selected and funded within the annual allocation. So here we're just showing the project name, the province where it happened. The next one is the number of national days celebration held. 6 National Day celebrations were held, and we outline, and this is the visual one where of the national days. Number of national and provincial flagship projects supported, 25 were planned and 25 were implemented. We outline which are those that were implemented in the financial year. All the 25 we've outlined in the slide. Number of creative industry projects supported through an open call, 73 creative industry projects supported through an open call. The reason for the overachievement of 8 is that more projects were approved for the open call. The higher projection happened on the basis of the analysis of the budget put forward by the applicants, and it was deemed fit to support more based on the availability of the budget. So here we're showing the number of creative projects supported through an open call. The number of artists placed in schools, we have planned to place 304, but only 235 artists were placed in school. Just to give a background on this one is that for completeness, 314 artists were placed in school. However, only 235 were confirmed to have adequate evidence, while 79 artists placed in schools were not supported by adequate evidence. So this is the one. The next one is the number of reports produced by SACCO. With the SACCO is the research wing of the department. So here we had planned 16, and 16 reports were produced, and we have outlined the reports that were produced. The number of films and documentaries supported, telling stories of history of liberation and heritage importance. We had planned 2, and 2 were implemented, and we are mentioning those 2 films in the slide. The next program is Program 4, Heritage Preservation and Promotion, where all the targets were achieved. The first target in this program is the number of tertiary students supported to study heritage practice. 45 students were planned, but 49 tertiary students were supported to study heritage. The reason for this that the budget was sufficient to pay for more than the targeted 45 students. And we then show where are the students, in which universities these students are, and how many are supported in each university. The next target is the number of books documenting living human treasures published. 3 books were planned and 3 books were published. So we are showing the books that were published and the authors that published the books in the next slide. The next target is the number of initiatives implemented to raise awareness on national symbols. We had planned 3. The initiatives are broken down as follows. It's public activations, it's workshops, and it's flags provided. So for the financial year, 42 public activations were done, 17 workshops were done to raise awareness on national symbols, and also 68 flags were provided. So in the next slide, we then provide in detail where this activation happens and what kind of activation was it, and in which province these activations were. And then we show in pictures the actual activation. And then the workshops, we also show what kind of workshop it was and in which province the workshop happened and when it happened. And also we showed the schools that were provided with flags and in which provinces the schools are located. In the next slide is the number of heritage legacy projects where exhibition content is developed. We had planned 2 and 2 projects where exhibition content was developed. One was around the Sarah Batman Center of Remembrance and the Winnie Madikizela Mandela one. The next one is the number of progress reports on resistance and liberation heritage route programs received and analyzed. 4 were planned and 4 were implemented. The number of public awareness programs conducted about archival services, 1 was planned and 1 was implemented. The number of records digitalized were planned 500, but 2,248 was achieved. The reason of this is that we received additional capacity of 140 interns appointed through the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program to assist with the digitalization of archives. The next one is the number of libraries financially supported, where we planned 20, but 23 libraries were financially supported. The reason for the additional 3 was due to that they were supported through the rollover funding. So we are showing the libraries that were supported in which province and in which area they were supported. The next one is the number of Gazette notices on standardized name published. We have planned 3 and 3 were published. So we are showing. Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, DG. I now hand over to the CFO. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'll be doing the financial statement for the end of the financial year. Next slide. The breakdown, it will be the executive summary, departmental summary on the budget and expenditure per program and economic classification, and expenditure per program and economic classification. Next slide. Overall spending. Can go back,
CFO,
yes.
you are more than one person in the location with gadgets on. It's either one must put it a little bit softer because there's an echo when you speak.
I'm alone, Chair, in the office, so I'm not sure. Yeah, where is the echo was coming from?
Or maybe it's very empty there, but it's fine. Proceed.
Thanks, Chair. Okay. Lord, we go back to previous slide. Maybe, Chair, if you allow, I'll just run through it. The overall spending of the department is 6.07 billion against the budget of 6.1 billion. Like it was said on the previous slide, that is a 6.1 billion budget that we have in the department. We spend 99.5% of that budget. And then under composition of employees, we spend 99.9%, with 0.1%. And expenditure of 264,000. Some of the things that 264 was underspent is the project we're supposed to fill in the current financial year but could not. And under goods and services, we also spend 99.5%, which is 0.5% of that was not spent, and that is the savings that we made under Venice Bayland project. And under provinces and municipalities, we spent 100% of 2.2 billion. Departmental agency, we spent 99% with a 1%, which is about 21 million. That relates to your MGEs, your public entities, infrastructure, and the reasons are there, Chair. And then higher education institution, we spend 99.8 with a 0.2%, which is 13,000. And then foreign government, international organization, we spend 98.5, which is 1.5% under expenditure. Public corporation and private enterprise, 100% was spent. Household, 100% was spent. And then non-profit institution, we also spend 99.9% with 207 under expenditure. Building and other fixed structure, we spend 100%. Okay, yeah, Chair. Actually, there is a zero. The variance was made attributable to outstanding supporting document from the Department of Public Works. There was money that we put aside for settlement of the HVAC invoices that we're expecting by the end of the financial year, but that invoices could not reach the department by the end. Hence, we have underspent about 7.4%. And on the next slide, machinery and equipment, we spend 99.8%, which is 0.2%. Heritage asset, we spend 100%. So if you go to programs, under administration, we spend 100%. And then under program 2, we spend 98.9%, with the under expenditure of 12 million, and the expenditure is 1.17 billion against 1.19 billion. And then arts and culture promotion and development, budget of 1.6, we spend 1.65 billion, which is 99%, which is mainly on contribution of the second tranches that were not paid. As you know, Chair, we are experiencing a serious problem under our transfer payment of non-compliance. Even the AG has raised that issue. Heritage promotion and preservations, we spend 99.9% against the budget of 2.706 billion, and we spend 2.703 billion. So on overall, department spend 99.5% with a 0.5% under expenditure. If you go to your economic classification, composition of employees 99.9, goods and service 99.5, transfer payment in overall 99.6, which 0.4, under expenditure payment for capital asset, and we spend 94.5. That is the biggest one that underspent. And then heritage asset, we spend 100%. And then overall departmental expenditure on economic classification for the year 31 March 2025 is 99.5, with a 33% with 33 million as under expenditure, which is 0.5%, which is less than the threshold deemed under expenditure in terms of regulation. I'll end there, Chair. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chair. We are handing back to you. Thank you very much.
Oh, wonderful. That was progressive. Honorable members, Dr. Kumalo, this is now my statement that I'm going to make. And you know, ever since we start these processes when it comes to, you know, codes, output, achievement, and plan targets, and I want to use the words, we had a huge fight, even with the deviations and so on. I must say that there is quite a lot of improvement, you know, and you understand, you see the code, you see the reasons, and it's really impressive. I want to say that from my personal point of view. The other thing, and we are aware, members, we've met yesterday with the Auditor General as well, and there were concerns about the internal audits and also how the department identify, you know, those discrepancies and also to solve those problems. And there is a serious need for that. Before I'm going to give over to members, I want to raise one issue. And I think this is very much so close to the sport, arts and cultures heart, and that issue is an issue of a ministerial sport bursary program. If you follow the dots, since this program started for the 2 financial years, 2024-25 and 26-27, or rather 2024-25 and 25-26. To date, almost 10 million has been spent, and just recently with the first quarter, 300,000. I would like, on behalf of the committee, request a list of who has been helped thus far for that 10 million rand, as well as who were those beneficiaries, and what are the outcomes, what are the results pertaining to whether who have completed their studies, and are these individuals also paying back to the community. So I think it is a very important program, and pertaining to the oversight role of the committee, I think it's only just fair for us to have our eyes on that. With that said, honorable members, let me just have a look on my. I am now going to invite honorable members, and I'm asking the portfolio secretary to assist me to use the button on the gadgets to raise their hands if you are stuck, or if you are freezed. Please just try and speak directly. Members, I'm going to ask members in the following order: the Honorable Molatani, the Honorable Kobani, following by the Honorable Leah Potgieter so far, in that order. Honorable Mteto, I see your hand, following by Honorable Mutambi. Honorable Molatani, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to your good self, Chair. Good morning to honorable members. Good morning to DG and the DSEC officials. Good morning, portfolio. Good morning, Parliament staff. Chair, I think I have a few questions. I think one of my questions, they are going to come from the presentation that was done by the AG yesterday. Let me start with those ones. On the presentation of the AG yesterday, you have your downtown studio, where we were asking ourselves, there's a 7.5 million of material irregularity of 2022. And yesterday we were asking ourselves who is responsible for that 7.5, even though AG reported that there is a recovery process that they are busy with. I just want to check with the department who is responsible, who's supposed to refund that 7.5 million, because unfortunately the person who received it, we did not get the name of the person who received that 7.5 million. Number two, Chair, is the issue of Boxing South Africa, where we are busy giving Boxing South Africa the funds, but according to AG, they are performing very bad, the Boxing South Africa. I just want to check with the department, what are they going to do to ensure that the funds that are being allocated to Boxing South Africa are really doing what they're supposed to do. As AG has just mentioned yesterday, that Boxing South Africa, it's not doing well. Number three, the issue of Robben Island Museum. Robben Island Museum, it was supposed to send to do the audit. The audit was, the document was supposed to be, it was supposed to be audited in, I think in, let me just check, but it was supposed to be audited a little bit early, but it was audited very late. Just want to check with the department, what are they doing to correct that in order for Robben Island to be audited in time like all other entities. My last question, Chairperson. There's a club, in fact, there's a club development program that is having 16 priority codes, which are supported by the department. And I am not sure, but the department, DG will just explain. There's money allocated to province, the conditional grant to support those 16 priority codes. I just want to know what does the department going to do in case, in the event where Treasury decided to stop this grant for sports program? My last question on the very same issue, Chair. There are a program. There are people on the program, on this program, who are more than 10 years being on this program from different provinces, working as coordinators. And these people, they have been on contract. For others, will find that they are on more than 10 years, but they have been on contracts, your 3 years contract, your 4 years contract, and so forth. And I just want to check, in case if this ends, what is going to happen to those people who have been on contracts for more than 10 years? And on top of that, you check in Western Cape, Eastern Cape, KZN, where we have an HR issues, where you find that there's a new person who has been who has been employed, or who has been brought in this program. And that person, when he arrives or when she arrives, the salary of this new person, it's more than the salary of the person who has been there for more than 10 years. Has the department been aware of this situation? And if yes, what are they going to do to correct this situation, Chairperson? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Moletsane. Dr. Kumalo, you prefer to take one by one?
Yes, that's what we'll request.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And we want to maybe start off by responding to the questions from the Honorable Chair on the Ministerial Sport Bursary Program. But also we want to acknowledge the remarks from the Chairperson regarding the improvements in the report. We continue to try and get even more improvements. In responding to the Ministerial Sport Bursary Program question, we would also like to address all the sport-related questions, Chair, so that we can take them at once that came from Mr. Moletsane, and Honorable Member Moletsane. I would like to then request Chief Director Mngube just to start. I would add if it is necessary. Mr. Mngube.
Good morning to the chairperson of the committee and the honorable members of the committee, and good morning to the DG and the leadership of the department. On the Ministerial Bursary Program, maybe one needs to just give a little bit of a historical background. The program, when it was introduced, it was linked to two programs. One was the Sport Focus Schools program, and secondly, the school sport program. Now, the athletes who would go into the Ministerial Bursary Program would be identified, were identified through the school sport championships. Now, Chair, that has not necessarily happened for a number of years. with the view of phasing out the program because it wasn't working particularly well, given the fact that the athletes who come to the National School Sport Championship do not necessarily represent the situation where you find that an athlete during that week may perform well, or an athlete may actually have a bad week. So you find that then the athlete that is identified only a window of a few days is considered in terms of performance. Whereas if the athletes were to be identified in their respective provinces over a course of a longer term, that would be a much more effective way of managing the program. So we are engaging with the provinces to see how this program can actually be revised and be decentralized instead of centralizing it, so that the athletes at a provincial level can then stand a better chance to be spotted and be included on the program. Because one of the challenges was that only athletes from a few provinces got to be on the program, which we felt was rather unfair. So that really is the status of that program, and there's also I've just indicated the solution moving forward, which is being explored, obviously depending on the availability of funds to actually implement the program. I hope that that addresses the concerns around the ministerial bursary program. So it is really being phased out at a national level to consider a possibility of decentralizing at a provincial level.
Yeah, I think that's
Chair.
cool. May I also request that we be submitted with that list and perhaps indication how far back does this date?
Chair would certainly provide the list of all the athletes that have been part of the program.
Thank you.
From inception and to date. Thank you, Chair.
Simpiwe, please go on and answer the questions from Honorable Molitsane on spot.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. The first question related to Bossing SA being funded but performing badly, and the question is what is the department going to do to improve the situation? I think, Chair, through you, the best way to answer this question, because it is based on what the AG indicated. Perhaps we will have to look and study what the AG has highlighted and what recommendations they actually making, which may obviously require that certain interventions are made in terms of either governance or provision of support in terms of the implementation of the programs. Otherwise, the intervention may be misguided if they are not necessarily taking point by point the deficiencies as highlighted by the AG, and also taking point by point the recommendations as pointed out by the AG. The question on the club development program, Chair, in terms of the priorities of the 16 priority codes. It's a bit of a tricky question. However, it's a question that can be answered in in two ways. Yes, there's always that risk that a conditional grant may be stopped. However, one would like to believe that that process would not be an abrupt process that would destabilize the sector. One would like to believe that the Treasury would engage the department in terms of the process of phasing out the grant. So which will then afford us an opportunity to engage the provinces. As Chair, you may note that there are provisions, particularly in terms of provincial sport, that actually gives provinces a key responsibility to provide for provincial sport as well as local sport, which means that the provincial treasuries will also have to step in and actually allocate funding for the various provinces to sustain the programs that the department, together with the provinces, have been running over the years. However, that really is the best answer. It is a risk we need to acknowledge. However, we believe that that risk can be mitigated in the manner that I have highlighted, and also noting that it's unlikely that Treasury would be abrupt in terms of terminating the grant. There was also a question which is linked to the grant as well, and one would like to believe that the answer provided would also address this question, as it is linked to the possibility, or in the event that this grant is terminated, what will happen to the people who are on the contract. It is difficult to give a direct answer. However, the reality is that we would have to, together with the provinces, consider what the options may be in terms of either absorbing those personnel, or depending on the contractual conditions, terminate the contracts. The contracts, obviously, they come with conditions, and as such, they lapse at a particular point. So that really would be the considerations that will be made. The salary discrepancies, Chair, that are noted, one perhaps would need to get specific information on this case, and perhaps the department will have to provide the necessary response. Chair, thank you very much. I think those are the questions that were raised, Chair.
Robin Island.
Chairperson, can I just add to the responses? I think, first of all, with respect to the question on Boxing SA, we have looked at the report from the AG, and we are aware of the specific matters or findings emanating from that report. Inter alia would be the issue around the sanctioning funds, the issues of material findings related to fruitless expenditure, issues of insufficient staff in the internal audit unit within the entity, and other such matters. Chairperson, I want to just give an indication here. What we have realized with regard to how we have been dealing with the entities, which we think is not working, is being reactive, piecemeal, to issues as they emerge from each of the entities. We are aware that, for instance, Boxing SA with a new CEO and a new board that has come on board, they have worked out a plan in terms of how to deal with previous issues, including investigations, which they did report also, and also approach the department to assist with. But also they've put in measures to make sure that they clean up. They set up a clearinghouse in terms of the matters that they or become a going concern, maybe, if I can put it like that. So it's important that we do highlight the fact that we are aware that Boxing SA has put those plans in place. However, the approach that I'm talking about, we have set up what we refer to as a crack team, for want of a better word, Chair, that is going to deal holistically with all the entity issues, because when you look at not just the AG report, but also you look at other matters, be it allegations that come from entities, issues of governance, and other issues. So for us to be able to deal with all the matters related to the 28 entities, there is a team that has been set up that would actually be obviously reporting to us as EMT, and we are hoping will then be able at certain frequencies to report to the portfolio committee on that. The issue regarding RIM, the RIM did write to the minister and indicated that they were having capacity issues, especially in the area of finance, but also generally in the area of the competency area that required people to be able to deliver in time the financial report. So that letter was written to the department or to the minister directly. And we have also noted the fact that they have subsequently then submitted their report. However, maybe Acting DDG Tsanyane, if you want to just expand on that, you are welcome to do so.
Before Dr. Kumalo, they're going to respond. Yes, the letter 8 September sent to the speaker, there were no name of Robben Island. And yesterday, I think it was Honorable Moletsane as well, mentioned this issue of non-compliance in terms of the Act. And I don't know whether I must use the word surprisingly so. This morning, we've noted that a letter has been sent to the speaker. And yes, I want to congratulate the portfolio committee for their oversight. Even though there is no recognition to the portfolio committee when we do such recommendations. It is this committee that make a recommendation for a forensic investigation in boxing. It never happened. It is this committee that made a recommendation for an investigation into Athletics South Africa. And safe to say yes, and we are happy that there are responses in this regard. So I think just for correct information is that the committee has raised the issue. I see the letter today has been gone with the reasons by RIM pertaining to why they could not submit. I just want to put the record straight on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I wanted to then also add to the other question from Honorable Moletsane. If I heard Honorable Moletsane correctly, she is making reference to the Mzansi Broadcasting Academy. I thought I had her mention downtime, but I might have heard incorrectly. But the studio in this particular case is in reference to a company called Mzansi Broadcasting Academy that belongs to Mr. Linda Sbiya, who used to be a radio personality. He had, I believe, 7 or 8 years ago, received funding from the department and failed to meet the requirement as per what was funded or promised funding to him to the tune of 7.5 million. So even though this total amount of 7.5 million wasn't paid, I think at the time when the investigation was done, he had been paid around 5.5 million, as then to be corrected. However, acting also on the investigation and the recommendations from the AG, the department then instituted consequence management internally in the department, which led to the departure of a chief director, but also externally in terms of dealing with the individual that I've just made reference to. The matter was supposed to sit, I believe, on the 6th of October, Chairperson, but I have since this morning been advised that the matter didn't go into the roll because of some technicality regarding the attorney that was appointed by the Office of the State Attorney, who had failed to submit certain documents. However, the matter continues legally pursuant of the recovery of the funds from this particular individual. Thanks, Chair. I wanted just to add that.
Thank you. Honorable Kobane.
Thank you.
Chairperson, can I make a follow-up if you allow me?
Honorable Kobane, just a second. Please do the follow-up, Honorable Molatani.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My follow-up, Chairperson, is on the club development program. This program, it was started by the department in 2005 or 2006, somewhere there. The way we've just received the response, it shows that the department doesn't have the monitoring and evaluation system regarding this program. Because if you check this program, it is the one that has employed more people, a chairperson. And the other thing you find that majority of the money that is spent on equipment and attire by the department could assist this program. Can I forward the recommendation, Chairperson, on this item? I would recommend that the department must go back, investigate all these HR issues, especially relating payments, relating finances, and send the report to the portfolio committee. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Molatani. Honorable Kobane.
Thank you, Chair, and everyone in the House of Sports and Culture visual meeting. I was listening to the beautiful reports about the billions and billions in the sports, arts, and culture. I want to ask, at this billion are you talking about, are you distributing the provinces and the local, or local are getting separate from the treasury? Because the money that we are talking here, we are supposed to see a progressive every day in the provinces, because we are talking about nationally program. But where I come from, the report doesn't talk to my places. We have a lot of things in Limpopo that we're not talking about it. Maybe it's the 3 government or it's the 2 government, I don't understand. Because this money I'm talking about billions, we have spent so much, you get so much, but in our local municipalities, where is the people? We don't see that report that is improving us in the local. Where is the people? Why we don't change the information of working, information of distributing this money to take it to the people Because I don't know why this man is working to. Because last you say the Sarah Batman is not sport arts and culture. It's Wara Wara. It's like public works, whatever. But that Sarah Batman is not even close to get finished. It's like a song, scratch song that we are going to repeat every time. That downtown studio is going to end up like Inkavi. People kill each other. Why we don't hand over to them, then to waste our public's money? Because that is owned by the persons, the private now, it's not a government issue. Why we don't move from that, we hand over those people. If there's anything they are owing, then we deal with them. But now we are wasting money that's supposed to help a poor provinces, a poor people. Because now we are very, very far. We come very nice from 1994, from that apartheid things. Our culture was happening, sport was happening, but since we take over, there's nothing is happening. Everything is still going down, down, down. Every second we are going down. We are not improving nothing. I hear that you are talking about the grant. Grant, when the sports, arts and culture, you are talking about million. You are talking about grant. Because I don't know, I don't understand. Maybe you have to make me to understand. What this man is working in the township or suburbs. Is where you are calling national. Because in the rural areas, it's not working that money. I don't see anything. Hakuna leswi ni vonaka. The report is nice because you learn how to make a report. But if we go through, we go to the place that you are reporting to us, we are going to find non-progressive. I'm talking about where I come from. I'm in the underground every day to check what is happening. But anything is not national because in our side is not. We don't have nothing. Last I've said in the meeting, we have boxing club. We never come and do oversight in the Pompol, most in Mopani side, Vembe side. You never come and do oversight. You want us to wait until the term gets finished. We must work very hard. We must go all nationally oversight. We must not hide anything. This money is huge money that we can develop, that we can grow our culture, grow our sport. Because for the payments for every month and this billion, the government is not there. Because if there is no our sports or there is no culture, whatever, there is no payment, there is no department of sport, arts and culture. It's a sport, arts and culture because of the ningavulavula kuyini hi mhaka ya ku ri ku na mitlangu ku na ndhavuko ku na vutshila ku na hinkwaswo handleni ka swona a mi nga ta va ku ri na department, arts and culture department. We forget when we leave at home at morning that we are going to work for the people. Check your neighbor, what is happening. Check your another province, what is happening. You can see, okay, when you wake up at morning, you say, I'm going to work. You want to develop where you come from. If we can act like that, sport, arts and culture can be a big. We have a lot of stars in the villages. We have a lot of boxing in the villages, but we are not focusing on them. We're focusing in our friends in township suburbs. We leave the owner of the South African in the villages because the day of the the time of the election, is where we know these people. After the election, we don't know them. Some of us are from the villages, but we cannot see that because we have a bad heart. We're from the villages. When you wake up at morning, you must go and work for the people, but we are not doing that. These things of you of tenders, grant is not working, guys. Let's try to change things. Let's try to change things. And we're not talking, I'm not talking like this, like it's a Madanga commission. We are here. The report is nice. Who was making the report is too clever. But if we are going to see physical, it's not there. The report, you sit down and report and do everything, but take us to the things that you are reporting to us. We are going to find a lot of mistake.
Thank you. Dr. Kumalo, if it's possible, just to ensure the honorable member that there is, be as it may, I don't want to say wide, but a reasonable spread of developments in
You never said to
economic
me,
provinces.
you never said to me you want to speak. I'm speaking.
Oh,
Now you just
my apologies.
come.
My
No,
apologies.
don't deal like that. When I'm
My
still talking, don't talk. When you talk, I don't talk, Chair.
my
I
apologies,
never say
honorable.
I'm finished. I never said that I'm finished.
My apologies, Honorable Kobani. You may proceed. I thought you finished. I'm just speaking to
I
the
never say
department to
amen.
respond
I
to you.
never say amen. Anybody say he finished, he say amen. And I never say I'm done.
Okay, I'm amen. You can
Okay.
proceed.
What I'm trying to say here, I want to know the question is one. Who's doing the distribution of the budget to the provinces? Province, district, and local. It's what I want to know. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Kobani. Dr. Kumalo, there is a concern of the spread of developments in provinces by Honorable Kobani. I know I have seen some slides where there's a reasonable spread. If that is possible, can we perhaps, when they are available, just flight it so that Honorable Kobani may have a look at it? He might oversee that. Dr. Kumalo?
Yes, Chair, I'm just trying to verify. You want us to put that slide, the
Yes.
slides back? Okay. Colleagues, if you can please put the slides back. Maybe because it cuts across, Chair, and I'm just trying
It
to
cut
find the
across,
right.
and I don't want
Yeah.
members to make allegations that is not true. That's why I say flight it for us so that the member can see.
Lord Dom-Futhi, are you able to put the slide back, please?
In the meantime, if there's any other thing that Honorable Kobani has mentioned, you are welcome to respond to that, Dr. Kumalo.
Yes, Chair, we would like to. I just wanted us to start off. I think someone has got their device on because I'm also alone in the house, Chair. I'm not sure where the echo is coming from. I wanted just to start off by maybe in a sense agreeing with the Honorable Kobani, Chair, because I don't think necessarily we can claim to be able to reach the length and breadth of the country. However, as you are indicating, if you look at the presentation that we did, there are projects that really are reaching to the deep rural areas in the country. I might not say Limpopo, but in the country. But why I'm saying Honorable Kobane is in a sense correct is because our approach also that we have adopted is to look at a kind of a sector planning approach, not just isolate our planning to ourselves as a national department, where the plan that we do as an example, together with Limpopo Provincial Department, is also aligned and talk to each other and avoids duplication and concentration in one and the same areas. So that particular intervention is in recognition of the fact that we need to spread the tentacles of government reach, not just national department, but government reach when it comes to sport, arts and culture as far as possible. But also CFO, I wanted you to just very briefly explain in terms of the budget of 6 billion plus that we get, the distribution, even though I know you cannot be specific what goes to whom at this stage, we can provide that detailed information. But if you can just also talk to that CFO briefly. The example, Chair, that is up on the slide.
Yeah, just go to Limpopo.
Can you hear a colleague's request from Chair? Can I just give you an example, maybe because I don't think the example you are choosing would work as an example. If you go to slide 79, please. That is Limpopo in terms of number of municipalities that are supported. And this is specifically in terms of the sport and recreation infrastructure. If you go to, this particular slide, just as an example.
Before you go, Dr. Kumalo, Honorable Kubani, you see, here's a slide, and it shows that there was some movement in Limpopo. What I will suggest, we have requested, the diary of the department. If this can be just communicated to members, so members staying in that particular areas or provinces may be aware of what is happening, and I think the lack of information or communication to members, that is the reason why Honorable Kubani say that he's seeing nothing in his province. So if we can perhaps liaise, between the portfolio committee, secretary, and the department, where there is some movement in provinces, so that we are aware if we would want to do some oversight or attend some of these. Thanks, Dr. Kumar.
Thank you, Chair. The request is duly noted. The other slide, maybe I would be wasting time because I wanted just to highlight on RDSP 2.7, colleagues, my pages are 66, but I want to move from that because the chairperson has rolled around how he would want to deal with that. However, it's not a claim, chairperson, at all that we are reaching the length and breadth, but how we have incorporated the POE is in keeping with indicating where exactly are these interventions being implemented. CFO, just on the spread of budget and who decides, as the question from Honorable Kobane said.
No, thanks through you, Honorable Chair. I'll talk about two conditional grants that we have, the sports grant and the library grant. Those two grants are allocated based on the population of provinces. So Limpopo will get their own allocation in terms of the business plan that they submit to national department, and then later go to national treasury, and that become the allocation of the province. So that is how the determination, especially on grants, is very clear. They use a population. And also what we have done for in case in the sports grant, given that Northern Cape always get a very low allocation. So we then build a baseline. If I can remember from my head, I think it was a 20 million minimum that must go to Northern Cape because of the population issue. So on those two, we can say literally the allocation is based on the population. And then maybe just to add on the issue that the conditional grant that is going to be taken away in future. Yes, that issue was addressed with provinces, and also is our worry, Chair, as you know, that normally when conditional grant stopped, they go to provinces as a normal allocation and then start competing now with the priorities. And that can take us back. So that is where our concern is. But that information has been communicated to provinces. Even the Minimec, the submission was made. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, noted, and thanks for that response. And I hope all the members has taken note of this. So there must be some sort of synergy and cooperation with provinces as well. The Honourable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chair. If I can ask the department just to flight their slide on the Galvindale pool, please.
There's a request for a slide on
the Galvindale pool. It's not mentioned in the annual report, but it's on their presentation.
the slide of the developments.
Okay. I'll speak to it so long, Chair. I just wanted to understand. In the presentation, they talk about the pool-related project. In the annual report, it's mentioned as an event, as if it was open. But from what I understand, the department got involved in the construction of this particular pool, and I'm trying to understand where it falls in line with their KPIs. It doesn't seem to be any measurable outcome or indicator that measures this particular project. It makes it difficult to assess it for sustainability or compliance, and it also, from my point of view, raises audit and governance concerns. In their annual report, they talked to providing technical and management support to 105 municipalities. And I would assume that this refers to assistance with things like planning, the compliance, the oversight that needs to be done, but not direct construction. So if the department can please explain the extent of their involvement in this particular project, outside of, helping municipalities design or ensure compliance with GIAMA and various other legislation. And I think, Chair, just to put it in perspective, things like swimming pools are exclusive responsibility of municipalities. So I'm just trying to ensure or understand that there's no creation of sort of duplicate accountability, particularly because municipalities report to COCTA and National Treasury for MIG-funded projects. I don't see the slide being shown, but it was in the presentation. If they can explain with that particular project how it fell within their annual business plan, under which KPI it's being supported outside of the events that they talk about, because from what I understand, they were directly. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, Chair. I was just asking these guys to get ready to respond. And I'm trying to guide if you can assist us through you, Chair. I'm just trying to guide because the people that are screening the presentation for us are trying to find the exact one. The honorable member is talking to the RDS, the number of municipalities supported, that KPI. And the Galvindale swimming pool, I'm just trying to find it in the slide quickly so that we can show.
I think it's there now.
No, there was a different slide, Chair, where it specifically mentions it. And I think it was earlier on than before they went into the KPIs, because it's mentioned as a handover. But from what I understand, it was actual construction, project management, selection of the contractor and local businesses. Which I'm trying to match up to a KPI that is not an event KPI, because this is direct construction. It also leads to this question about the duplicate accountability between the municipality and national government, because national government is not responsible for constructing swimming pools. And this falls under the sort of MIG grants, which municipalities have to account for. So in terms of this, if they're not able to explain now, I would request that we get a full report on exactly what was entailed in this particular project, and how it fits into the department's business plan. The primary reason being it's not mentioned in their annual business plan, but it's mentioned in this particular presentation. The only mention in the business plan is the handover. And I think that for me is not proper reporting in terms of the work that DSAC put into this particular issue. Then just moving on to the sort of infrastructure, I'd just like to understand the doubling of the municipal infrastructure support to 105 municipalities. This doesn't seem to be done with in terms of budget adjustments. If you can just explain with regards to the current status there, the cost and the completion rates of your facilities, and whether or not you have any projects that are facing delays or cost overruns or defects. And will the department be finalizing the facility condition audit, and what date can you give us for that? Then, Chair, in terms of the audits, sort of governance and controls, it seems that they achieved an unqualified audit with material findings. If we can get clarification on the data verification and transfer control weaknesses that still persist, and why internal audit missed the AG flag discrepancies between the budget and the performance. Essentially, we did have a presentation from the AG yesterday, and they said one of the biggest problems is that the department relies on the AG to pick up issues, and it's very apparent from the annual report that this is the truth. So I'd just like to understand why they are not picking up these particular issues themselves before it goes to the AG. They don't mention consequence management for any of these issues in the annual report. So can they advise on the consequence management that exists for repeat audit issues and irregular expenditure? It doesn't seem to be a priority in terms of performance management. The conditional grants and the federations. Can we get an understanding of how the sort of conditional grants were allocated per province, and why this is not sort of disclosed in full in the annual report itself? And the 19 federations that were excluded, what sort of criteria drove that? Whether or not the department's got controls against political interference or selective support in grants allocations, if they can advise us on what protocol they're following in terms of that. And then also, Chair, just lastly on the performance and sort of value for money that the department is giving us, or giving the country. They seem to have spent 100% of their budget, but they only achieved 93% of the targets. Does this not speak to overspending, in terms of masking poor planning, and if they can, and how they're ensuring that the sort of credible KPIs and evidence-based reporting, particularly on the transformation targets, what sort of measures they're putting in place to ensure that those targets are being measured correctly, so that it's not a case of coming back to us and saying that, we're actually unable to measure, what we're putting forward. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Potgieter, can I just clarify, are you happy? Have you seen the screen on the information you needed?
No, Chair, there was a specific slide that spoke to the Goldendale pool, but I think the department can engage us on it. Essentially, they got directly involved in it, and my concern is that it's not in the annual report, and that it's a municipality function, which they get a grant for, which means technically that the municipality got a grant for this, but that national government also paid for it, and that they seem to be delving into their functions, which they shouldn't be. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I think they have flighted it to page 72. Dr. Kumalo.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Ntangeni, Chief Infrastructure, will start with addressing the questions, followed by the CFO, and on some of the other, and then I'll add. Thanks, Ntangeni.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, DG, and colleagues. In terms of Galvandale pool, I also did not see it on the slide. However, it is because it was implemented this financial year and handed over this financial year. It is one of the projects that the departmental do as the intervention project, where we assisted the municipality in terms of refurbishment of the pool. The main activities that we actually finalized or assisted with was the refurbishment of the pool, the main pool and the diving pool, the sitting area, the change room, and the areas around. We have worked closely with the municipality Nelson Mandela Bay And it's not an MIG municipality. It is an SUDG municipality, so they did not benefit from any funding from the grant. However, it was an intervention from the department that was implemented through the Sports Trust. That is in terms of Galvandale. In terms of MIG, the projects that are not completed, time to time we are visiting site to make sure that we follow up, making sure that they are complying with our norms and standards and ensuring that those projects that are not completed are completed on time. However, we do find some of the projects are being delayed, starting from the registration delays and maybe the finalization of design, but we are involved as the infrastructure team to assist that the projects be completed. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Chair, through you.
Please go.
Yes, on the issue of non-compliance on the audit outcome, there were two issues, indeed, transfer payment and the irregular expenditure. Irregular expenditure, I'll start with the irregular expenditure. That relate to your inauguration that happened after the elections. So in that, within our spec, we included an artistic director that we know that it was going to performed by one of our institutional state theater, if I'm not mistaken. And because of that, Chair, then based on the clarification, because there were two issues that AG picked, the other one was on the issue of adding extra demographic people in the spec. And then the other one, like I said, it was on the issue of artistic director, that the figure was already disclosed based on what we know State Theatre will charge us. And then after that, unfortunately, then Treasury ruled that in terms of the additional scope, the department is within their rights, and also that was in order. And the only issue that we wanted was on the artistic director. And that we have learned, Chair, to say moving forward, we are not going to be putting any price, because the argument there is that if you go maybe out in the market, you can maybe get lesser than what the State Theatre was charging. So that is why that price must not be fixed as moving forward. So moving forward, Chair, we are not taking that. So those are the irregular expenditure that was incurred. And also, Chair, there was also the second one on travel, but that is an old matter. That one has to do with the paragraph on the previous Triple P framework that was saying that you are able to appoint a second person even if it's not scored the highest based on price and targeted group. But because there the issue then become that that issue was not part of the terms of the reference or the advert itself, hence it make it irregular. So the problem there, Chair, and this is what we are struggling as the department, because sometimes we can able to tell based on your market analysis or market research that the cost that the bidder has quoted as a figure is way below the market. It's like somebody can quote 2 rand and say, I can buy a loaf of bread at 2 rand. And we all know that is impossible. But you can't, in terms of regulation, able to pass that person. So, and it costs us, like in the current tender that we advertise for security, there was also a similar situation. Because of that issue that we know that there is no law that backing up to forfeit that person, then we then have to cancel and go back to the market again. And I think that is the same issue that we have also raised with the AG, because before we appoint, we normally say, can you guide us in this process, because the law is not clear what to do.
Thank you. Are we done with the questions posed by?
No, Chair. I wanted to add, CFO, were you finished?
No, not yet. Okay, maybe just to add.
You can go on. Yeah, I'll add after that.
On the transfer payment, yes, indeed, this issue has been with us for the past 2 years. But what we have done now, because we realized that the project managers, that deal with the funding projects, they don't have the skill of detecting fraudulent or fictitious invoices. And that is where the issue is, the supporting document in terms of project that may have happened. So we then now appointed a service provider, an accounting firm, to come and assist us, especially for the project managers, because as the finance of the department, we still don't have enough people to able to focus on that. And that is the intervention that we are currently doing, and we are hoping that it will give a positive result. And the Division of Revenue Act, the grants, Chair, like I said, is based on the population number. That is how the allocation happened. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. Can I just quickly first
Please.
add on the issue of transfers? Just to give the honourable member an example, for instance, you would have when a supporting document is being submitted to the department together with the narrative and the expenditure report. When you look at the invoice that is attached, the particular beneficiary who's submitting would, in the invoice itself, for instance, the figure is 6,600. They then tamper with the figure in such a way that the figure, the 600, the font size and the font type is different from the 6. So in other words, the 6 that has been added, that makes it 6,600, is in other words falsely added information to falsify the whole invoice. And as CFO is saying, we found that our project managers in the department, they do not have the technical expertise to pick that one up, hence the appointment of the accounting firm. So it is not true, honourable member, that issues are only picked up by AG. We have got assurance arms in the department. We've got internal control. That we unfortunately lost a director, internal control, who passed away, but we are appointing. We've got internal control as one of the assurance levers in the department. We've got internal audit, and we have got an audit committee. So all our reports will then go through those particular structures, and if it is payment from the line function, it will go through the internal control before it goes. But the kind of fraud that people are coming up with warrants and a further intervention, because the goalposts are continuously being moved. I just wanted to add to that particular field. Just lastly, Chairperson, there was a question from Honourable Member Potgieter also on the issues of federations and the exclusion of some of them, and I would like to bring in Simpiwe to please respond to that.
But before Simpiwe is going to come in on the issue of federations, a link to that, there's also federations meeting. I want Simpiwe to tell us, Dr. Kumalo, whether Gary Kirsten, my favorite, is that, I don't know what is he called, because the long and the short of it, he is not a federation. And our fight with the department is that they are helping federations. And our strong recommendation to the department was not to fund Gary Kirsten based on the basis that he is not a federation. There is a non-disclosure on what the monies was used or sent to Gary Kirsten, amid the fact that we cannot get anything on the website or pertaining to registration or whether there is activities with Gary Kirsten. So we need also, alongside the response from Simpiwe, the status of Gary Kirsten, so that we once and for all can draw a line as committee to say, okay, we now understand why the department don't want to take the recommendations of this committee. Thank you so much.
Mr. Ngube?
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson and DG. Chairperson, I would like to believe that the recommendation of the committee was taken into consideration, and the current financial year there is no allocation to Gary Casting Foundation.
Thank you for that.
Then on the question raised in terms of the exclusion of federations, the department doesn't exclude any federation. The department would allocate to the federations. However, depending the federations that were not funded in 24-25, as you may see on the slide, the target was 55 federations. But that target was exceeded simply because there was a higher number in terms of compliance. So the department transfers based on the number of federations that are compliant. So there isn't any exclusion as such, Chairperson. I thought maybe I should correct that.
Thank you. Are we done with the Honorable
Chair?
Potgieter? Honorable Potgieter?
Can I get just a follow-up, two follow-ups quickly? Just the one with regards to the project managers not having technical expertise. I'm a little bit concerned that this points to very weak internal controls, that the response is to hire an external firm to assist with this and not to capacitate and review the internal mechanisms to capacitate project managers to be able to detect fraudulent invoices. I mean, it's not a difficult skill to teach. It's quite concerning that the response is to get an external firm. Sorry, they're busy doing work here at Acacia, so I apologize. The other issue is the Galvindale pool has not really been explained. I'd like to understand why National got involved in this. I thank you for the explanation with regards to the MIG funding, but it still doesn't explain which KPI this aligns with in terms of the construction of that particular pool, the extent of their involvement, and why they are delving into municipal related functions. I'm happy to submit written questions, Chair, if that is preferable to yourself, that can be then responded to, because it's not really making sense. Thanks.
The department.
Thank you, Chair. With regard to the capacitation of project managers, that's something that is done continuously, Honourable Member. But I was giving you a very practical example because those are the kind of things where you need someone with a different kind of technical skill. Yes, we can continuously train our project managers, but I was saying the goalpost in terms of how people can submit fraudulent POEs continues. Hence, the help that we've brought on board in the form of the consulting firm is coming in so that they can also give us recommendations of how we can improve. But I do agree with you in terms of capacitation, and it's one of the things that we continue, but it might not necessarily cover all the areas as people become more and more clever, find clever ways in terms of how to continuously falsify their reports. So the improvements also that will come from this service provider would assist us in terms of identification of further skill development areas that need to be implemented. With regard to Galvindale, we would like to take the opportunity that Honourable Potgieter is affording us to submit a written report on that one, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Khumalo, please allow me to take the gap as well while you talk about reports. I've noted a very interesting presentation which speaks to 8 monitoring reports. If it's also fine for the committee, if that reports are completed, perhaps to submit and assist us with that reports, that 8 reports, of which, something that that is very close to the committee's heart. Sarah Bartman is also falling under those 8 monitoring reports. It will really help us also in our oversight role. I am now calling upon the Honourable Mtetwa.
Good day, Chair and colleagues. Let me also follow suit, Chair. And good morning, or is it still morning or day? Good day,
Good morning.
DG, no longer acting. It's good to say DG and the department that is here with us. I want to start by commending indeed, Chairperson, commending the improvement of the department. We see the improvement. We can't always be hammering the department and not comment where there's something good happening. We see the improvement. Even the report I see now, it goes to 100 and something pages. So it means that, yes, indeed, they are doing, the pictures are coming, and that. Thanks very much for that. My first question is, in your presentation, you mentioned the 2024-2025 performance. You mentioned 93% in terms of your performance, but the AG placed it at 95%, and the other 5% was because of the imbizos, I guess, the national federations that you've mentioned, a number of artists placed at school, which is minus 69 in terms of the variation. Which one is it? Is it 93 or 95? Can you please verify that for me? Interpol.
The
Our
department.
report, yes, thanks, Chair. Our report reflects 95 because it is including the Izimbizos, Honorable Member. If you look at the AG report, they have indicated a non-achievement against the national federations, the percentage, and the number of placed artists placed in schools. Maybe Sidi Mahlobo can just explain why the other one was not picked up by the AG. But because of the inclusion of the imbizos, it translates to 3 KPIs instead of 2 KPIs, which are reported in the AG report. But through you, Chair, if I can ask Sidi Mahlobo to just clarify further. Ms. Mahlobo, are you still here?
No,
Thank you, DG. Thank you, honorable members. I'm still here. What happened is that because the AG, even in our presentation, we are clear, they were focusing on program 2 and program 3. So the non-achievement in program 1 of the Izimbizos, they didn't record it in their non-achieved targets. When they came to auditors, they picked 2 programs, program 2 and program 3. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members.
Okay, and then in terms of artists placed at schools, what kind of support do you provide for them? What kind of support do you provide with the placement, or you just dump them at schools, as we saw last time when we did the oversight? There was an artist placed at the school. They had no equipment, no attire, nothing. That was given by the department. What kind of support do you give?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Acting DDG, Sanyana.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, DG and colleagues, honorable members.
Maybe, sorry, Tanyani, sorry,
Yes.
through you, Chair. Whilst Tanyani is responding to this, I would like the department to pull up the slide that has community gyms. Thanks, because that would be my next question, will be based on that. So you can continue, sorry. Sorry about that.
The department, please proceed.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you. I was just struggling with my mic. Thank you very much. In terms of the support for artists in schools, I think the report would indicate that the appointment of those that are placed in schools was done in collaboration with the provinces. And you would see in the report that there are some organizations that were appointed to actually be responsible in terms of support for those artists that are placed in schools. So the support naturally would depend on the ones on the organizations that have been appointed to manage the placement process in the schools. And I think one of the challenges, Chair, as Honorable Member has stated, is the issue of a continuous support for artists, which then at some point led to the stopping of the project because of the lack of support that was reported in that regard. So, but looking forward, it's one of the things that need to be strengthened if the project is to be continued, so that there is no gap or lack of support in terms of providing the equipment or resources that would be required to assist those practitioners to discharge their work.
Can I add, Honorable Member? I think just in addition, it also differs, Honorable Member Mthethwa, from discipline to discipline, because my understanding in terms of how the implementing agencies would do this in the provinces is that they would then, upon approaching the school, identify the key areas of discipline that the school would want to prioritize. I want to make an example. For instance, if the school is saying amongst those three, it's visual arts, it's poetry, it's any other third one. In the area of poetry, for instance, there would not necessarily be a particular equipment that is required by the artist in terms of the practical exposure that they give to the young people, the schools, I mean the kids. But in the area of visual arts, I've been to one of those particular schools where I've seen that the artist is actually giving the equipment that allows them to help the child produce the artwork that is required. However, there is no uniform, Honorable Member, there is no uniform that is provided to this particular artist. And mainly, the department deals with the implementing agent, not the creative that is based in that particular school. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. I think you'll need to relook at that. The program is not consistent. I mean, we went on an oversight. We couldn't find any of such, unless it is in white schools or those schools that are in the suburbs. But be that as it may, I will take that you are saying that you've mitigated the challenges or you've resolved the problem. My next question is based on on the community gyms. Can you show me the slide that has a list of places that you have done these community gyms? Buffalo City, Ngoza, Ngoma. Out of this list, can you show me one that has a community gym in a white area or suburban area? Which one out of the ones that you've listed, which one does have a gym at a suburb or white area? If there's none, please do say there's none.
And Tangeni, please help the presenter. Is there any? Can you indicate?
No, there's none in the white area suburbs.
So the minister lied to us during his response to us about the white area, because I asked that question, and the minister said, yes, there is one in it. But in my experience, I've never gone to any suburbs and saw a gym in a white area. Why is that so? Or are white people not part of this society that you are building, the rainbow society that you are building, that needs to also exercise? Or in colored areas?
Thank you, Honorable Member Ntangeni. If you can help with the response.
Okay. Yes, in other previous financial years, we do have gyms in suburb areas, but the previous financial year, which is 24-25, these are the allocated municipalities. But remember when they allocate for the outdoor gym, it was allocated for 3 financial years. So in previous financial years, there is one Neisner, and there is another one, I think it was in George. Those are in a suburb areas, but for the previous financial year, most of them are in rural or township areas. Thank you.
So this is a program that is aimed at Black people, basically. It's okay. Let me leave it that way where it is. Number 3, you mentioned Mushito in your presentation, which was launched and supported since 2003, which is about 22 years now of existence. What has been the impact of Mshito, and how do you weigh the impact in terms of the returns to the investment?
The Honorable Member, for us to respond to your question, we will have to take out all the reports that they have presented over the years and provide a comprehensive and consolidated response, because we will not be able to respond specifically to just one of these projects in terms of their impact. But it is in their reports because they do submit reports annually.
Okay. So you are just funding. Oh, okay. You fund based on what they would have presented as a report.
Not necessarily, Chair, through you. I wouldn't actually say we fund like that. The funding is actually based on whether or not that particular intervention is aligned. If you look at the output indicator, for instance, in this one, it is the number of projects that are supported to enable local and international market access. So most of these kind of festivals, fairs, awards, etc., would fall under this particular KPI because it is aligned. Yes, there has been problems. It's Mosquito. That is why then the funding has been suspended, pending an investigation that has not been finalized.
Oh, okay. I'll pass because I was going to ask, how do you weigh? But if you are saying there's an investigation, I would then pass. National days, coming to national days, attendance, which is mostly by Black people. Can you show us the pictures of the events, national events that you had? The attendance. I want to see the attendance. In the pictures, do you see what is the dominance there? Is it Black people? Is it white people? Is it Indians or coloreds? In your own assessment, I suppose the report requires the person who's behind it to say, in terms of demographics, this is what it was. In terms of gender, this is how many people came. Do you see the improvement in terms of that?
DDG Chikwatamba, if you want to come in, you can do so. However, just to answer your first question, Chair, predominantly it is Black people that attend the National Day events. There is a report, we did an evaluation, I think a year ago, on the National Days, and that particular report has actually highlighted including the issues of racial representation, but also has highlighted other things that are of concern in as far as the issues of National Days system is concerned. But there is DDG, I don't know whether she wants to add, but I was responding to your direct question.
That's sufficient. That's honest. When you say Black people are dominating, I was going to ask, what is the plan to change this picture? Because national events are part of social cohesion program, where we want to see black and white people together. Coloureds and Indians also participating. Now that we have Chinese, I hope to see Chinese too. Let me come to digitization. The digitization process that saw the use of interns. I think you said 1,700 and something, if I'm not mistaken. Where were they drawn from? The interns, where were they drawn from? And how were they drawn in terms of the criteria?
Thanks, Honorable Member. Mr. Kekana, Chief Director Kekana, can you assist in responding to the question, please?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thanks to the honorable members and the DG and colleagues. The department is working very closely with the National Film and Video Foundation, which is an implementing agent in this regard. In other words, the NFVF is appointing the interns to support the digitization of the archives. So the interns were recruited through the NFVF, and they were recruited through open recruitment process. I think I can stop there, Chair.
Can you go further? And I know that it was NFVF, but I'm sure you got a report that reflects the demographics of those that participated from as interns, and how much were they compensated for the work that they were doing, whether it was per hour or per day or per week or monthly.
Yeah, in terms of how much they were compensated, I'll just ask my colleague Kanye, who is also part of the meeting. I think she will have the details on that. But there were 120 interns, Chairperson. The majority, of course, they were young people, and the majority were the ladies. But maybe in terms of how much they were paid, I will just want to ask my colleague maybe to just give the exact figure through you, Chair.
Good day, members. Good day, Chairperson and ADG and everyone, colleagues. The interns were actually paid about 7,000 per month, which was a stipend that was given to them through the NFVF. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Question 7 is SASCOC funded, DG? And how much has it been allocated?
Chair, Honorable Member, are you referring to the year under review or currently?
Oh, this
So
is
that
sorry. But you can just respond if they are funded, because there was a situation where the chairperson or the president said that they can't run the investigation on Athletic SA. And yesterday we heard that SASCOC has ran the investigation and there is a report ready. But we were told that they can't do that because they don't have funds. So that's why I'm asking that question. If you can be kind enough to respond to that.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Simpiwe, if you can just give the detail. Yes, for 24-25, they were funded, Chair, and the Chief Director would indicate the figure. In this current year, they have not been given any funding, Chair, except for the youth games that took place in Namibia. But it was direct payment for the youth games, not necessarily for their operations. And it is basically a process, Honorable Member Mthethwa, that has still not been finalized. They've had several meetings with the minister. Yesterday, for instance, I saw a follow-up correspondence from the president asking that the matter be finalized. But for the last financial year under review, yes, they were funded.
I'm fine with last year's, the 24-25. My concern is that we want SASCOC to be to participate in every meeting that we have with other federations. Yet we have not given them the reason to come and account to us, because if we're not funding them, there's no need for them to come to our meetings to account, because we are not funding them. There's nothing to talk about. In fact, we can't be unfairly subjecting them to come and account when we are not funding them. Nonetheless, we will discuss that in another meeting. My last question is CIFSA investigated? And if not, why?
Yes, it has been investigated, Honorable Member. The Chief Audit Executive is in the meeting, but the report I got, I think a week ago, is that the investigation has been finalized. It is going through a quality assurance process. That was as of a week or two ago, but she can give the latest status if she has it.
No, that's fine, as long as you can confirm. Is SAMIC investigated for fraud and mismanagement of government funds?
No, no, Honorable Member. It's not on the list of investigations that we are currently doing. Sunita, if you can correct me, but I don't think it is.
Okay. Is SILAPA investigated?
Not on the investigation list, no, Chair. No, Honorable Member.
What is the status with SARA? Is the department pursuing the matter, and how far are you with the matter? Or you've just dropped it?
No, Chair, I'm very uncomfortable answering this question, but I'll answer it. We haven't dropped the matter. It is continuing legally. We have handed the matter over to the state attorney to proceed with the recovery of fund process legally. However, parallel to that, we are consistently reporting or responding to the public protector, because Sarah did take the matter to public protector, and public protector has been asking us and making follow-ups on other reports that they keep asking for. But on our side as a department, we have followed a legal process.
Yeah,
Okay.
in that light, Honorable Tetwa, in that light, I think we should stay away from interrogation, the fact that it is sub judice as well, if you don't mind.
No, I was just asking the status because we're constantly getting emails and what about the same matter. So we need to know whether the department is continuing or it just left it because he couldn't come to present himself before us. Okay. Is it possible, is there any report that we can be finished with regarding any of the investigations that the department has committed to undertake that has been completed or have been completed?
Yes, Honorable Member, we can provide the report. The latest report we got from the forensic investigation was a total of 6 investigations that they have completed. They are being tabled to the audit committees, Sunita, on the 16th or 17th this week, but they have been completed. There are others, 2 or 3, I don't have a figure in front of me, Honorable Member, that are going through quality assurance, but the investigations have been finalized there as well.
You've just made my day. You've just made my day. Look at me, I'm smiling. For the first time, I'm smiling after you say that indeed there are investigations, because we were worried. But be that as it may, let me come back then to something very critical which has been happening, and this is what we've been, even in the committee, we end up fighting against each other about this. President Mandela once said, during his lifetime, he has dedicated himself to the struggle. Maybe I should quote it as it is. During my lifetime, I've dedicated myself to the struggle of the African people. I fought against white domination and I fought against black domination. I've cherished the idea of democratic and free society in which all persons live together in harmony and with equal opportunities, underlined with equal opportunities. It is an ideal which I hope to live for and to achieve, but if need be, it is an ideal which I'm prepared to die for. Now, when you look at your presentation, it has pictures, which is what we requested, and pictures tell a story. Before 1994, it was a white picture that was painted. The Irish coffee system, which had the black substance that elevated the little foam on top, what we call the Irish coffee system. Educated black people were meant to work under uneducated white people. And as soon as the foreman, what we knew as a foreman, as soon as the foreman has gotten acquainted with how the work is done, then the black person, the educated person, would be fired, and an uneducated person would be then brought in to create the allegiance and the loyalty and appreciation to Makulubas, who is now teaching him the job. I want to say, therefore, your presentation is too black. When you look at let me say the top leadership is 99.9% black, with one. I consider him black, but if they choose to be called colored, it's them who choose that. That's 1%, which is the minister, who's a colored. Cover page 1, little girl. It is a white girl in the swimming code. Page 2, 30 years of celebration vis-a-vis the national events. It is a white face, but when you talk about the national events, you said it is the black dominance. Page 5 is black athletes. Page 16 is black children, Setswana dance group. Page 27, I can tell it's just it's not clear. The picture is not clear, but the environment, I can tell it is a white area, because if it was a black area, it would be in a gravel or a sport field that has no green grass. I can go on with pages. Page 36, black child. Page 43, colored or black child or black young man on a skateboard. Soccer team of black players. Ladysmith Black Bambazo, we know that they are black. The election queue dominated by blacks. Mandela on page 67 and black children. 96, page 96, page 105, page 136, page 147, black people. Now, I want to correct this because this has been very close to my heart, that we might be brewing a civil war between colored people and black people. The department has been advertising posts where it says, with the preference of coloreds and white people, without understanding the context in which why we were saying BEE, black people, must be given. It was about equal opportunities, not about because of color. We know that black people are coming from the era where they were suppressed and deprived opportunities. Now, within 30 years, there is now a reversal. You are the DG at the department. We know that what has been happening, moving off of boards with black people and putting more coloreds and white people, that it shouldn't be like that. It should be because of people qualifying for that. You're taking an actor, Ramichwene, who sits in the panel of placing the board of NFVF, where she should be qualifying to sit. She sits in a panel. And then after that, she's then appointed at Robben Island. What does she know about Robben Island? She's not a politician. She doesn't know she's not a historian. Where she would have been well placed it's NFM, but we know why all these things are happening. So as the DG now, you're no longer acting. I am putting this plight on you and saying, let us be cautioned not to create animosity between colored people and Black people. I saw the awards. The awards were dominated by colored participants. Let us not do that. Let us understand why this country post-1994 said, give Black people in order to level the playing field, not to bring color, but to level the playing field that they were deprived to participate equally on. Thank you very much, Dr. Cynthia, but please try and, in your presentation, try and put colors, Indians, Black people, white people together. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Mthethwa. If there's anything that the department would like to respond on to still on the issues that's raised by Honorable Mthethwa, I would give the department that opportunity. But I just want to say, and it is so sorry, Honorable Minister, that Honorable Dr. Khumalo, that the Minister is not here. Honorable Mthethwa have raised the issue of the federations, and it is really our wish as the committee that this issue be laid to rest. We cannot tolerate any further the situation pertaining to the funding of federations. We really would like the department to do something about this. It has now become so worse that I've been told that some of the federations boycotting or rather don't want to attend these meetings where these negotiations will go on pertaining to the cut of their budgets. We are also aware that the department is trying to get some money elsewhere for the VAR, but really I think this issue should be laid to rest, and it's quite clear what we see outside and the letters that we receive, and in terms like Honorable Mthethwa has said, the output, the performance of federations will definitely be, have an impact on their performance, and we can't afford that, particularly when we are participating on the international arena. If there's anything, honorable members, my apologies, Dr. Khumalo, that you would like to respond on. You are welcome to do so. Otherwise, I'm going to give, there's two members left, the Honorable Mutambi and then Honorable Khabu, but please indicate whether you would like to respond.
Maybe it's important that one acknowledges what an honorable member Mthethwa has said. It is very central to our mandate as a department, the issue of social cohesion and nation building, and it shouldn't just be external looking, but also internal looking. So we've taken serious note of what he has said. With regard to federations, Chair, out of the 60
EFF member,
Sorry, Chair.
Especially if it comes from an EFF member. On a lighter note, Honorable Mthethwa. Proceed.
Yeah. Chair, yes, the issue of federations remains top of mind in terms of already, I think, subsequent to what transpired, Minister has met, I think, 30 out of the 63 entities, and we continue to push for the rest of them to get into the program of those meetings, and most definitely it remains a priority. We hope it will be resolved pretty soon. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much. The Honorable Mutambi, followed by the Honorable Khabu.
Thank you, Chair. It's me. You'll pardon me on my bandwidth. I'm too far away. I don't know. Yeah, but it's me. You can hear it's me, Chair.
Yeah, please proceed.
Let me take this opportunity to greet all colleagues and all the colleagues from the department as led by the DG. Chair, I want to only focus on the report of the AG, Chair. There are issues that are very concerning to me. And then also, I'm glad that the accounting officer has been appointed. And then though she was acting also over during the year under review, which is a good cause. So she has overseen all these things that are happening. My first question to the DG is whether within her office that she has an entity oversight portfolio that looks at the activity of all these entities, because I'm worried there are entities with repeat audit findings. You have, for example, your National Heritage Council, Iziko Museum, Boxing SA, and the National Library. So I just want to first get clarity whether, because she has got a responsibility in terms of the PFMA to make sure that she clear all audit queries. As the department allocates funding to all these entities, I want to check whether there's a dedicated entity oversight which is there within the department. That will be my first question.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The answer is yes, there is in the department a dedicated entity oversight unit.
If that is the case, then through you, Chair, why are we having entities like this one that has got repeat audit findings coming from the previous year? I want to also ask whether there were action plans that were developed in the past financial year, and have you overseen the implementation of those audit action plan, or was it just malicious compliance, did you? That you must develop a template. Did you monitor it? And then if it was monitored, why are we having these repeat findings?
Thank you, Honorable Member. The head of the oversight unit is in the meeting. I would request that he responds. Mr. Tsanyana.
Thanks, DG. Yes, there is, in terms of the monitoring on a quarterly basis, the entities are required to submit their audit action plan or implementation plan, where they indicate on how they plan to deal with the findings as made in the previous financial year. And even the ones that we have with the repeat findings, there has been communication with them in terms of dealing with these audit findings as indicated by the AG. But there is a process. It's not necessarily a malicious compliance, but there are follow-ups that we make. And the unit also does have oversight meetings with the public entities. And one of the items that are covered in those oversight meetings relate to the issues of dealing with audit findings.
Chair, through you, I think my question remains unanswered. If indeed those meetings have been happening, why are we now still having these matters? That's why I'm saying, are this meeting also solely for malicious compliance? I would like to get a response to that effect, Chair.
The department?
Yes, through you, Chair. We acknowledge that there are entities with repeat audit findings, but the meetings to answer, they are not malicious. They are not for malicious compliance. The oversight unit engages with public entities in terms of the plans that they have to deal with audit findings. And if we can look at I'll make an example with the two entities that also the Honourable Member has mentioned in terms of the National Library of South Africa as well as Iziko Museums of South Africa. The repeat findings in that area relate to the full accountability of heritage assets and under the standard GRAP 103. That has been a long project where the entity has not managed to, the two entities have not managed to fully account for the number, to fully account for the number of heritage assets that are kept at a public entity. Hence, the finding in terms of them not having to fully account. But we have also went further to actually seek for interventions in terms of what then is the plan to ensure that these assets are fully accounted for. And for Iziko, we did engage, and there are changes that the institution is making in a section, especially in a finance section, because we had to engage with them, and it was found that there were some concerns and issues that were happening in the finance division of the entity. Hence, the intervention, when the new CEO started, he had to implement that intervention. Similarly, with the NLSA, it was the issue of them getting that assistance, because when those were accounted for, it was done mainly by the service providers. It was not the entity, because they had to account for them and place values on those heritage assets. So there is work that is being done in that regard, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Mtambi, just a second before you go on. And I agree with you that you are not responded to in a proper fashion. I'm going to tell you why I'm also agreeing with you. We should bear in mind that we are dealing here with 861 million rand irregularities. And we've been informed by the AG's office that we talk about 84% not dealt with. And that is the seriousness of this matter. This very same department, during a sports award event, has allocated an award to the CEO of Cricket South Africa. So I think there's some benchmarking needed amongst yourself with the CEO of Cricket South Africa when it comes to these issues. And yesterday, I think it was Honorable Mteto of Honorable Potgieter that asked, who can we and where can we address this? Where's the problem? And the response was, it is with the accounting officers. So I think we should not be evasive. We talk about Pansal, West problems. We talk about Boxing South Africa. We talk about NFVF. We talk about NAC. We talk about NLS. And Freedom Park, to mention a few, RIM. And I can tell you, these are huge organizations with huge funding. And that's why I share the honorable member's concern. My apologies, Honorable Mtambi, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I think you are covering some of my concerns, Chair. And I will implore the respondent to provide us with evidence that they've tried to assist these entities in implementing the AG's report in line with that audit action plan. Isn't that there were audit action plans that were developed, Chair? So I think we can be given proof and submission, including the meetings that we're dealing with this. Then I'll be happy, because to me, the way this issue is responded to, I'm not happy, Chair. But for the sake of time, Chair, I think I will have to move to irregular expenditure. It's very much concerning DG that you are also, as a department, one of the top contributors to the irregular expenditure. How are you going to do oversight in all these entities if yourselves, you are culprits number one? I'm raising this, Chair, because out of the 70 million that has been reported by the AG, the department is listed as one of the top contributors, wherein there's over 10 million that is as a result to this. And then when the AG deals with this matter, the AG raised concerns of awards that were made to service providers that did not score the highest points in terms of the PPFA. Because this is after the fact, Chair, I want, and the department knew they were going to report to us today, and this report, they've been having them for ages. I want an update report, Chair, to say, with regard to this, regard to the hours that were made to service providers that did not score the highest point in terms of the act, who were the culprits They must tell us who are the culprits and what consequence management have been meted against those culprits. So I want to also understand that, Chair, with regard to the irregular that specifically relates to the department, Chair. Can I get a response to that effect, Chair?
The department.
Thank you, Chair. Sefon.
No, thanks, Honorable Chair, through you. On the issue of the 10 million on DSEC, there are two matters there. The first one is the one of inauguration, where we included artistic director, put money there based on what State Theatre is going to charge us as part of the request for quotation. And that was deemed as not opening the market to make sure that we can even able to pay less than the State Theatre. And that was got after the department went out and also seek clarification, especially from the National Treasury, which then the National Treasury agree with that yes, indeed there was no there was no issue that actually there was no it does not warrant us to put a fixed price there because it limits the competition. So that one, Chair, like I said, we have learned from it. It was a unique situation. And then also it tells us that as we move to the next inauguration, because before State Theatre has been the one that actually do the production for inaugurations. So it means that in the next inauguration, we must make sure that indeed State Theatre cannot be used as a production for that event. And that is what we have learned. It's a technical issue, Chair, but in terms of what we have done, we have also taken members of the ACM, especially the introduction of the new regulation on supply chain, to the courses to make sure that now they align themselves, because things of applying outside the procurement processes is no longer given in terms of what used to be there in terms of ACM, but you have to literally 100% comply to what is there. And then the other one, it was on travel. Like I said, it was the old tender. There the issue there, it was about a service provider that costed low below the market value, and the department was aware at that time that that tendered amount, there is no way that the service provider is going to able to deliver, and hence that service provider was not then appointed, and they appoint a second one. But at the end of the day, with the clarification again from the National Treasury, it was said that then the terms of reference that was given out, for the public or the invitation to tender was supposed to then to include the parts that says, in case your price is below the market related price, then you may not be appointed even if you score as the lowest service provider. So in the nutshell, Chair, those are two things. I can make an example with the current tender that was advertised on security. Also, the price of the winning bidder was again the lowest in terms of the market research. For us not to repeat the same problem, we then went back on market, but also get, especially from PCRA, to give us at least the idea, how do you make other among the monetary so that you don't able to appoint a person that is literally just undercode, because people do undercode deliberately, Chair, so that at the end of the day, after they have been appointed, they come back and say they need a variation. Thanks.
Chairperson, can I follow up on this?
Please proceed, Honorable Mutambi. The floor is yours.
I asked the issue around consequence management. I'm told that officials have been taken to training, but the AG raised a concern here of awards that were made to service providers that didn't score the highest points. Secondly, the AG raised a financial irregularity wherein the person who was requesting the concession draft a specification in a very biased manner, which doesn't allow other potential service provider to offer services. You can see this is a gross financial misconduct, and I'm asking because the AG has been raising this issue of lack of consequence management. So can I ask the respondent, do we have appetite to implement consequence management as a department? Or, yeah, that's the question, Chair.
Thanks, Chair, through you. Yeah, thanks, Chair, through you. Indeed, Chair, the department, it does apply consequence management on the basis where official got to be transgressed against the regulation. That is why I was saying into this thing, because when you apply your irregular expenditure assessment, you also look at the issue of negligence and also the issue that if somebody didn't do what he was supposed to do. Like I said, this one, it was more on the interpretation, especially when the AG said the service provider that was appointed was based on the bias. That bias talks to the issue of state theater, where they do production for inauguration. So that has been happening over the years. And before it was clarified not to be a problem, but only in the during this inauguration where it was then said that because that price, the department determined the price without giving those who are bidding the opportunity to quote less than that 500,000 Chair, then it was deemed irregular expenditure. And that is why then we said less than National Treasury make sure that it align or it do the training, and the training was given to all SCM and bid committees to make sure that such things they don't repeat, Chair. Thanks. But in terms of consequence management, Chair, we do have consequence management where the official were found to be responsible, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I want to then talk to the issue of the material irregularity as raised by the AG of 7.5 million. And then the AG has been given notice by the 28th of October 2022. And then on the detail, the accounting officer is said to have been taking reasonable steps since then, since 2022. And then that the matter is still on a recovery progress, and it's in progress. And then the update at the time was that in October, the default judgment will have been set down. I think we are in the middle of October. Can we get an update to that effect, Chair?
Department.
Thank you, Chair. The matter related to the Mzansi Broadcasting Academy that was awarded 7.5 million was handed over to the Office of the State Attorney, who then appointed an attorney who prepared the papers for the paper for this, for the court, for a sitting that was to take place on the 6th of October. We then, as I was saying earlier on, have been advised, I'm just trying to get to this email. We've been advised that the matter, just to use the word, was not placed on the roll as a result, because the attorney who was appointed failed to index and paginate the court papers. So we have to then apply for a new court date as a result. That's the latest, Chair.
Whose attorney is this one that failed to index the papers?
Thanks, Honorable Member. The procedure is that we submit our cases to the Office of the State Attorney, and the State Attorney would then appoint an attorney on behalf of the department. However, that attorney will then work closely with the department in terms of preparations. So the appointment itself is done by the State Attorney, Honorable Member.
Yes, then it would have been in your interest to make sure that that attorney delivers, as you have alerted the AG to say you are going to set the matter down for default judgment in October. Was it only this done to get riddance from the AG to not to raise the issue? Because that's why we want the progress, because it can't be right that, and maybe I will then ask DG, what steps are you going to take against that attorney? Because this thing has been here since October 2022.
Thanks, Chair. There has been processes that have taken place outside of this particular matter. We are only reporting on the latest, Honourable Member, which was a default judgment application. As I said, as soon as a matter has been handed over to the Office of the State Attorney, it is still incumbent on the Legal Service Unit of the Department to work closely with that attorney once they've been informed who's the appointed attorney. Legal Service has reported to us that all documents were shared with the Office of the State Attorney pertaining to this matter, and that in fact 2 weeks prior to the scheduled hearing, the Office of the State Attorney was reminded of the court date to ensure that all necessary steps were taken to avoid any procedural default. At this stage, Honourable Member, we want to get a new court date, as I said earlier on, so that the matter can go back into the roll. Can be placed on the roll, maybe that's the correct speak. And indeed, we are interacting with the Office of the State Attorney in terms of how to then deal with the issue of the State Attorney that submitted documents that are not indexed and are not properly paginated.
Thank you, Chair. Of concern again, the AG is on record that to say, as we speak now, there's a similar material non-compliance regarding the monitoring of transfer that was again reported. Can you share with us what is the detail of such, apart from the 7.5 million we're talking about? Because the AG has picked it up now. And then I'm raising it in line with your responsibility as an accounting officer in terms of Treasury Regulation 8.4. Treasury Regulation 8.41 requires you as an accounting officer to maintain appropriate measure to ensure that grants and other transfer payments are applied for their intended purposes. So can you share with us the details of the similar material non-compliance that the AG has picked up? What are the details? What happened? How much is involved on this one? The other new one that the AG has raised in the report.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. There is no other new material irregularity that's been raised by the AG. CFO, you can correct me if I'm wrong. However, what the AG has said is that with regard to the transfers and subsidies, there is a potential of material irregularities emerging if the department doesn't come up with an intervention that prevents recurrence of a similar matter. So I'm not aware, Chair. It's in our audit.
Chairperson,
sorry, Chair.
Chairperson, can I read verbatim from what the AG said when briefing the committee yesterday for the DGs? Because this now tantamount to misleading us. The AG is on record that I said, with the exception of the 7.5 million one, the AG said, however, there are still challenges in relation to the implementation of the improved internal controls within the department to prevent further reoccurrence. Then the AG further says, a similar material non-compliance regarding monitoring of transfer was again reported, DG. That's why I'm asking, can you share with us what are the details of such? So for you to come here and say there's nothing, I think it's tantamount to misleading us. Unless you are disputing what the AG is saying, and then let it be so that we can follow it up with the AG.
No, Chair. Thank you very much. What I'm saying is exactly what you are saying, Chair. I am saying there is no, the issue of a declaration of a material irregularity goes through process, and the AG is aware of that. At this stage, it's exactly what the honorable member is reading. What AG has said is that there are still challenges in relation to the implementation of the improved internal controls within the department to prevent further reoccurrence. And it's exactly what I said as well. A similar material non-compliance regarding monitoring of transfers was again reported. Non-compliance regarding monitoring of transfers. So there is no declaration of a material irregularity at this stage. That is why, honorable member, we were saying earlier on, there are interventions that we have put in place to avoid what AG is saying, an emergence of another material irregularity as a result of the non-compliance that exists at this point in time with the transfers and subsidies. CFO has reported, when asked by Honorable Potgieter, on the issue related to the accounting firm that has been appointed and the nature of the work that they are doing, because continuously, even though there are improvements, as the AG has acknowledged, but continuously we find new fraudulent activities that the beneficiaries are undertaking. Hence, we have to try our best to find new ways of making sure that the monitoring is in front of what stays ahead of what is happening. But Chairperson, as I said, can you allow the CFO to come in here, because I don't want to be accused of having been dishonest in terms of what I'm saying. But that is how I understand it, Chair, and it is contained in the report. CFO, please.
So let me do this, Dr. Kumalo. I'm going to cast my net towards the AG's office. They are in this meeting. I would like the Honorable Mutambi to hear their input and their response. AG's office.
Good day, Honorable Chair, honorable members, and leadership of the department. Chair, to clarify, yes, there is an active material irregularity that relates to the 7.5 million, and the non-compliance that resulted in that matter was in relation to Treasury Regulations 8.4. So what we are saying, it's exactly what honorable member was reading from our presentation, that we are saying that there are still some concerns around the internal controls, the implementation of the internal controls to prevent a similar matter. So we have reported material non-compliance with Regulation 8.4 because there are still matters that were identified in the current year. It is not yet a material irregularity, what we've reported, but it is a material non-compliance. It is in the audit report of the department. So, Chair, that's the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the Honorable Mutambi.
Apologies, Chair. Then
I think
the question. Can you hear me?
Honorable Mutambi.
Yes.
I think in the light of the responses to you now, the basis of the portfolio committee's question or your question must be, what is the department doing to tighten these controls? But proceed, Honorable Mutambi.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad you've partially covered me, because listening to the response, that was going to be my follow-up question. And then the other issue that when she will be responding, the DG, all this, it cut across the whole portfolio, which the DG oversees as an accounting officer. Then the AG has observed the root cause being the slow response by leadership in implementing recommendation and ineffective monitoring of action plans, which has resulted in the repeat negative audit outcomes. Chair, can we be maybe on our part, because now definitely the department has already then develop action plans for these matters that we are dealing with. Maybe we must adopt a mechanism, Chair, every quarter when they come to report now, we must see something tangible that indeed they are implementing these action plans. They are not just being done as a tick box to deal with malicious compliance, because I think we are all concerned with the outcomes, the audit outcomes. And it's our responsibilities to make this portfolio committee to make sure that there's compliance, and then audit outcomes must be followed up, attended to, and implemented to the latter. Thank you.
Thank you, the department.
No, thank you, Chair. Indeed, we will share the action plan. It has been developed already against the findings that came out of the report. At this stage, all the branches have submitted their actions, root cause analysis and the actions, and we are finalizing our report. It's going to our EMT on Monday. However, Chair, if you please allow us, so that we just do justice to responding to the question, so for us to just explain again, we did explain briefly, explain again what we are doing to avoid recurrence. CFO, if you could please assist.
No, thanks, DG, through you, Honorable Chair. I'll try to also maybe to give a bigger picture. So our total transfer, they're around about 4 billion. And within that 4 billion, you've got your conditional grant transfer to public entities, and also the MGE ones. And the MGE is the one with the problem, Chair, current, because that is where we give funding to beneficiaries. And as a result, what AG has detected, foreign case, is the issue of the evidence that we have received as a department, foreign case invoices that the beneficiary has literally manipulated. And because this function of funding of beneficiaries within ACPD, where Arts and Culture program lies, and you do have project managers that are non-financial people that have been receiving this report and also looking at those receipts. But because of being non-financial people, they cannot able to detect a fraudulent invoice versus a valid invoice. Hence, we then bring in the service providers to literally, one of the things that they need to do is also to review the entire ecosystem of this transfer payments based on beneficiaries. And number two, to check the alignment between the MOE or MOU that we sign with the beneficiaries. That is also watertight in terms of compliance and also the reporting. And thereafter, also giving us because one of the milestones also on the appointment is also legally advise us in terms of recovery, where there is we call them default, where somebody can't able to report or able to support what has been given to him. So that is what we are doing, Chair, under transfer payment. And that will assist that after this current financial year that we are in, to make sure that whatever is being given or has been paid, because the issue of the non-compliance come after the second tranche. In the first tranche is just that you give a person after you sign an agreement. The second part is the one that the person must account what has already been given to them, and also indeed the event did take place and able to support that based on evidence. So then it means that when we have to pay now, or that is what we are doing, Chair, because that process, even though it started during the audit, we made sure that now whatever that we're going to pay as a second transfer or a second tranche, we are not going to pay if no one from, at least this time from finance, has verified that indeed those invoices are valid. But since now the sales provider is here, Chair, and already started, we already give him the batches in terms of what has been signed with those beneficiaries, and also following up on the previous ones that already being make reference to by the AG in terms of saying that the invoice is fictitious. So it's one also of the responsibility together with the department chair. So in a nutshell, Chair, at the end of the entire process, to deal with this thing, for us is more about to make sure that our process and controls must be watertight to able to detect everything that is not correct in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mutambi, please wrap up.
Yes, Chair. That should be my last one, and it's a follow-up on that issue of entity oversight, Chair. I don't think that question, if it's said it's there, maybe a simple question straightforward question must be answered now. Yeah? If indeed that portfolio is functional, why are we having a situation where in now the Robben Island Museum annual report was not tabled with others in Parliament? Secondly, the issue around Boxing South Africa, Chair. We all know that boxing is one entity that is not performing at all. And there are also many federations that are doing far better than Boxing SA, and yet they are not getting all the necessary attention. So I'll ask the DG also whether, if they've not considered any other code to replace Boxing South Africa as an entity for the department. That would be my parting shot. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The department.
No, thank you very much, Chair. We have not considered any other code at this stage, but we note the recommendation that is coming from the Honourable Member. We're currently sitting with one entity, which is Boxing SA, and then a federation, which is Sanabo. Members would be aware that there are problems there, and Sanabo's target market also differs from the Boxing SA in the boxing space. Again, I'm going to confirm that yes, the entity oversight unit does exist at the level of the director, and there are deputy directors that are in. But Mr. Sanyana, please, if you can then be specific to the question raised by Honourable Member, why then is there we having a problem like RIM has been cited, Mr. Sanyana?
Thank you, DG. The Robben Island Museum, yes, as you have confirmed that they did not submit their annual report due to the fact that the financial statements they could not be submitted. The entity had a challenge internally in terms of staffing, especially at the finance section, where the entity brought in a disciplinary against the CFO. And at the same time, there were resignations that were experienced by members or staff members that were reporting to the CFO. So that had an impact in terms of the Robben Island Museum submitting their annual financial statements. That is why the audit could not begin on time. And there was then a request from the Robben Island for an extension so that they can complete that after having appointed now the CFO that was assisting them. The challenge was also arose because there was a challenge in terms of the appointment of the service provider that they appointed before to try and recover and give the information on what has been happening at finance. So in the absence of the CFO, that became a challenge. But the department has been there with them to monitor, and hence the accounting authority wrote to the minister explaining the challenges around non-submission of the annual financial statements. Chair, thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm now going to call upon the Honourable Kabo.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I just thought I must show my face. And my apology, I've just been in class. If you'd allow me, I've not suited like you. Can I switch it off?
Please proceed. Please proceed.
Oh,
It's
thank you
fine.
very much, Chair. My apology in advance if I'm going to sound like a broken record, Chair. Can I just check one or two things? Is the minister present in this meeting, Chair? And the deputy minister?
Can we plead Honorable Khawa switch off his video? Please, thank you.
Chair, my apology.
Yes,
Chair,
Honorable Member.
I was checking the first question. Is the minister and deputy minister in this meeting?
No, they are not present, Honorable Member.
Okay. That must be noted. I'll get back to that point as to why I'm saying it must be noted as a problem. Chairperson, let me start with the DG. Maybe DG, do you remember in our last meeting that you had confirmed that VAR was not part of our approved APPs and not part of the line budget being clearly defined? Did you?
Thanks, honorable member. Not in the budget of 24-25, honorable member.
No, I know
I'm not
what I'm
sure
talking
whether.
about. DG. I'm just checking. Do you remember that we have confirmed that it is not part of the APPs and budget allocation?
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you very much, DG. Let me go to my first issue. Program number 1. According to the annual report that is before us, we had allocated 4.6 million to the office of the minister. And when we are dealing with that allocation, we have requested that the minister must give us, including the deputy minister, must give us a list of people who are working in their offices. They must be able to alert us which positions these people are holding. They must be able to give us their salary scale, and they must be able to prove or indicate as to whether the appointment was done with the public service. We have not received that report to date. Why have we not received that critical report?
We will check with the office of the minister, honorable member. I'm not sure whether the PLO is able to respond in the office of the minister. Michelle? Okay. We will, can we, oh, sorry, yeah.
Thank you, DG. Through you, Chair, Honourable Member. I have made a note of it, and then we shall respond with the list that you have requested.
Chairperson, my question is, we requested that report in the past 6 months. Why have we not received that report?
Honourable Member, I do recall there's been a question regarding the COS, but not for, and there was a total amount for salaries that was requested for the DM's office and the Minister's office. I was not aware of individually wanting a list of employees and their individual salary scales, but I will revert to the Minister and request such.
Honorable Khabo,
we have that report?
Honorable Khabo, can I make the following ruling? In terms of the rules, the minister is the first point of call when it comes to meetings of this nature. If he is not available, it will be the deputy minister. If the deputy minister is not available, it will be Dr. Kumalo in this case. I would then ask that we direct the questions straight to Dr. Kumalo, and should there be no response, that these be minuted and that the department via the minister's office come back to you. Please proceed, Honorable Member.
I'll proceed, Chair, but this is not for the first time this thing has been asked. Can we get a commitment? And you must note, I was asking that question deliberately as to whether the minister is part, because I knew we were going to get to a point whereby we are unable to get a response because of the minister is not part. Now, we are getting a report on an annual report, and that annual report also indicates what has been spent in the office of both the minister and the deputy minister? Can we get a confirmation or a commitment in particular from the DG as to can we get that report in the next 24 hours?
Yes, Honorable Member, commitment made, 24 hours.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Can I go to program number 2 and leave program 1? But before going to program number 2, DG, in your opening remarks on the annual report, it's written there. It has been indicated that the department is championing a cutting-edge technology in sports. Can you explain that part and included VAR? And you yourself has just confirmed that in the 2024-25 financial year, can I get clarity of your statement?
Chair, I have to look at the statement itself. However, the championing of those kind of systems in the space of sport includes a project that we had embarked on of the development of a SIMS system called SIMS, which was around the sports management and was aimed at dealing with the challenges we were having with reports. And that is part of the work that was done in the year under review, which is 24-25. If in the annual report of 24-25 we made mention of VAR, I would have to check so that I can be able to respond appropriately, Chair.
Proceed, Honorable Member.
Chairperson, while I proceed, can we request the administration to assist us with the annual report, not a summary, the first page of it while we're engaging so that we can, I'm beginning to suspect something because it's worrisome when the DG is not even aware of the contents of the report that she must present before us. It's quite contradictory. And I think the DG, that's why she does not want to respond. She's aware that this has a capacity of contradicting her initial statement. Let me, however, continue, Chairperson. Can I make a request on the following things, Chair? It becomes, let me go to program 2 under recreation and sports development. I would request that we be provided with, firstly, details on the clubs and organized community-based recreation sports supported by names. When I say by names, Chairperson, I'm referring not only to a municipality. How do we play oversight in a municipality when we don't know the exact location? I'll give you a practical example. I'm from Lekwatemane local municipality. It has 2 towns. When you say that a project is being implemented in Lekwatemane and does not specify which town is it being implemented, it becomes difficult for us to play our oversight. That is one thing that I would request. Secondly, to that, Chairperson, can we also, did I disturb you, Chairperson? Chairperson.
Honorable Member.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are now audible. I lost you for a while.
All right, perfect. My apologies, Chair. I wanted to give an indication on, as much as we are requesting a list of clubs that has been provided, can we get the correct location, a place by virtue of a name? Second to that, Chairperson, we have seen provinces being allocated, and I'll give you a practical example. I think Northwest and Gauteng has been allocated 41. If we can go to those slides where they're speaking of allocation to provinces and municipalities. I would want to check in terms of the monitoring of the correct implementation of those allocations. How do they do it and how often do they conduct those monitoring? Can I get a response from the DG?
Mr. Ngubek, if you can assist, please. This is specific to program.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair and Honorable Member of the committee. The colleagues, where practically possible, do conduct monitoring visits in the provinces. And we particularly when it comes to programs such as clubs and club development, And Chair, we should be able to provide. It may not be all we probably be able to provide the list of areas that have been visited. Obviously, with capacity constraints, we are not able to go to each and every location where the clubs are. So we do sample per province. So, but we can provide the reports of our monitoring visits. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My question was straightforward, Chairperson, in terms of allocations made to provinces. And I've made an example of Northwest. How do you conduct your oversight in terms of assessing the correct spending of the budget allocated? Secondly, how often do you do that?
Okay, may I proceed?
Yes, please proceed. The question is directed to you.
The provinces, they submit reports on a monthly basis, which reports are analyzed, Chair, in two fronts. One, in terms of performance information, and two, that against the financial report. And those reports, they form part of the overall departmental report, which gets quality assured, firstly, within the department by our M&E, and secondly, they get quality assured by our internal audit, and then eventually they then get quality assured by the Auditor General. So that's how we actually deal with the assessment of the implementation of the projects. Firstly, there is fiscal monitoring, and secondly, there is then the evaluation of the reports and verification of information that is presented in the reports. Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much for the response, Chair. I'll get back to that issue of monitoring and evaluation of provinces and municipalities. I don't get too much of confidence or comfort from the response. Chairperson, while we are still under Program 2, RDPSP 2.11, it says that percentages of national federations meeting 50% or more of their self-set transformation targets. It's blank there, Chairperson. Can we get clarity as to whether the targets were met or there was no target, or what is happening?
The department?
Through you, Chair and DG, the report, Chair, shows that the target was not met. I'm not sure which perhaps the report the honourable member is referring to. But the target for the year, in terms of that indicator, was not met. It was meant to be 100%. Only 59% of the federations met the target.
Why was it not met?
Chair, the indicator itself is third-party dependent in that it assesses the performance of the federations. So out of the 17 federations which were part of the population being assessed, there are federations that failed to actually meet 50% and more. So which therefore resulted in this indicator being not met. And there are also federations that failed to actually submit the information, which therefore meant they could not be assessed, and subsequently then also affecting the percentage in terms of performance, because the percentage is based on the total population of 17.
No, thank you very much. You are still not responding to some of the questions, but maybe as a way, as part of moving forward, can we get a list of those 17 federations, but also importantly identify those that had failed to meet their targets in terms of the transformation agenda, but thirdly, quietly indicate a clear spreadsheet in terms of specific allocation in terms of that federation that we are speaking to. But while we are still on the issue of federations, Chairperson, there is I've seen on your list that you have provided a list of federations. Can we get clarity in terms of the complaints that has been presented by federations? I know partly it was touched earlier on. Federations are complaining that in terms of their budget allocation, there's a budget that has been taken away, and as a result, they'll be unable to fulfill their core foundation or their core mandate. But of importance to us as public representatives, the issue of grassroots development of sports. Can we get clarity? How true is it that their allocations have not been received yet?
The department?
MP, I thought you were still responding.
Yes. Chair, the federations, those that have been able to submit all the compliance documents, and also noting, Chair, the issue which the CFO addressed, that of the findings of the AG, that we have tightened up on the processes as well. So those federations that have actually met the requirements have received their funding. And the process of transfers is ongoing. We're taking them as they comply, and we then disperse. Yes, there may have been delays in terms of the process of transferring, but the process is ongoing. In terms of the complaints which may be relating to the amounts that have been allocated, DG did address that in that there are ongoing engagements, and the federations are meeting the minister on one-on-one basis as part of the review of their work and the review of what gets allocated to them.
How many federations have not received their transfer for this current financial year? I mean, for the financial year we are busy with. How many of them, and which are they?
Through you, I might have to check on our list and provide that information to the portfolio committee, Chair.
Honorable Khabo.
Chair.
Can you just hold for a while, because I'm getting now so hot under the collar for this evasiveness. The issue that you are raising is an issue of a meeting with federations to sign on a dotted line on the so-called cutting of their budget. That's the issue. There's negligence, there's a boycott of some of them that don't want to sign. And one of them, which is the most important early on as mentioned, was SASCOC. I appeal to this department to solve this matter because it has an impact on performances of federations. So it cannot be a question of monies or negotiations or to sign on a dotted line and have your money. It is the problem that you have raised earlier, which I also had discussions with the minister at some time. The department help us solve the problem. Get the monies for the VR and give the monies for the federations. That is the long and the short of these discussions. And for the department to say to Honorable Khabo that they must go and check and give a list. I don't know when can they provide that list, but I can tell you the federation that will top that list will be SASCOC, who are already 12 million rand down, which would argue that they attended one of the up north events in Africa. So we are not going to stop with this issue. We have to solve. There's a meeting between us, Honorable Khabo, and we hope that that meeting is forthcoming very soon. The federations and SASCOC and the department to lay this issue to rest. I just wanted to just give some broader light or spectrum to this issue. Thank you, Honorable Khabo. You may proceed.
No, thank you very much, Chair. One thing for sure that I can guarantee you, I ask a question knowing the answer, and it's deliberate. I wanted to check with you, is it true that you, the department led by the minister, you are forcing federations to accept an allocation that was not initially the allocation that had been mentioned? Is it true?
The department?
Simpiwe, I thought you were responding. It is not true that we are forcing, Honorable Member. However, there were initial allocations that were communicated to all the federations that are allocated, and that's the figure that I was hoping Simpiwe can give you. And there has been transfers that are made. And parallel to that, in a meeting that the minister then held with the federations, it was then agreed that they will then individually come and do presentations, and they have been doing that. I did mention earlier on that in the report that I have received a few days ago, it indicates that to date, Minister has met about 30 out of the 63 federations that are on the list of sports branch. And as those meetings actually happen, they come and do presentations. And out of that, there are implementations that are then agreed on and then implemented by the sport branch. But you can add, Mr. Mube, if you want to.
DG, before you add, my question was straightforward. Is it true, yes or no, whether you are forcing federations to accept an allocation that contradicts the initial allocation? And we have said no. It's fine. Is it true?
I disagreed with the word forcing, Chair.
But do you agree with the contents that part of the engagement is on and around reviewing the initial allocation that was meant for them? Even though you are not forcing them, you are trying to persuade them that no, we can no longer give you 10 rand, we'll give you 5 rand.
Not persuade, Chair. They are coming in to justify the development programs, because that's what the department is paying for. The development programs that they have planned to do. So I would.
I got you, DG. The other thing that I would need clarity from you, especially from 1 or 3 federations. We have seen SASCOC being open in terms of how you are conducting your affairs. Part of the allegation is that out of 98 million approved to support federations, 82 million will be used for the implementation of VAR, while 16 million will be left to assist the sports federation. Is it true, these allegations that have been peddled in public?
I will request that the CFO, because you're citing figures, he would be best positioned to respond to that, Chair.
CFO, same answer than last.
No, thanks, Chair. Yeah, indeed. What we are taking away from Federation is about 40 million. It's not 80. I mean, it's not 80, if I understand you, Honorable Khabo, proper. We took about 50% from the entire allocation. If I can remember, it was around 98, hence I'm saying 40. And then the rest was coming from your big work at 20 million and others. So it's only 40 million as far as I can remember. Thanks, Chair.
So are you confirming that the 40 million that you have taken from federations is true, that what the federations are alleging, that you are going to use it for the implementation of VAR? Mind you, we must take into consideration what the DG said earlier on in terms of VAR being part of the APPN budget. So that's what you are confirming, that 40, not 82, but 40 million will be used or will be taken from the allocation that was meant for federations to implement the VAR.
That is correct, Chair, in terms of the intention. And like, if I have to repeat what the DG was saying, is that based now on the one-on-one meeting with the minister, there is now those revised figures that upon the conclusion of every federation, there is an agreement with the minister. So at this stage, they have seen 30. So I'm not sure in terms of financial implication is how much. But what I can say is that the outcome of those one-on-one meeting will also give us the clear direction how we move forward. Thanks.
No, thank you very much. DG, do you remember in our last meeting, in terms of this VAR implementation, you said that it's not going to be implemented now. I want to check.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
I didn't say it wasn't going to be implemented. Okay.
Okay, fine. Do you remember that you have said that our APPs were not reviewed?
Yeah, Chairperson, I think I want to answer in
this because I was like,
perspective.
I've honestly had enough of this chick. I'm just like, can she fucking get it done? Because if she doesn't get it,
Can you hear what Michelle Bota is saying on a formal platform? A person of the office of the minister, Chairperson. What? How do you such words that have been used here? Can we?
Yeah, honestly.
It cannot be just about muting, Chair. Have you heard the word that was used? If I can quote in verbatim, why can't she fucking conclude the process? I would request you to intervene there before closing the meeting, Chairperson, on this matter. Let us not get disrupted or defocused because of, we know to a large extent it's intentional. Chairperson, let us continue with the DG. The DG, do you remember in our last meeting when I asked you that have you reviewed the APPs without the knowledge of the portfolio, or whether the review of the APP was in line with the prescribed legal framework? And you said yes.
Yes, Chairperson, when we're talking about APP, my response was the APP has not been reviewed because that only gets done during the midterm adjustment period in terms of legislation.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Let me give you a breather, DG. Let me go back to the
Honorable Khabo.
Yes, Chair.
Before you go, let me deal immediately with the issue of mute and unmute. And we are all aware as parliamentarians, out there, but let me use this opportunity to request the PLO in the ministry to apologize to this meeting of what has transpired. Michelle?
Thank you, Chair. My apologies, honourable members. I did swear, and it was not directed at anyone at all. Unfortunately, my mic was unmuted, and I would humbly ask you to all please accept my apology. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Chairperson, as I move towards concluding, I think I'm left with 2, if not 3 questions, Chair. Then others I'll submit them in writing. Let me go back to the Federation. The person responsible for the Federation, can you tell me, are you aware of a federation called Orienteering? Orienteering. Orienteering. DG?
Yes, Simpiwe, are you aware of that federation? Please respond.
Yes, I am aware.
Who is the president or the chairperson of that federation?
Simpiwe?
I might just have to check, Chair.
While you are checking, I'm not going to move away from this one. It's quite interesting. Also, CFO, check for us the allocation made to this federation between 2023 and 2024 and 2025 financial years. Kindly give us an indication. Can I go back to that issue of the federation, orienteering? There are allegations that the orienteering federation, the president, if not the chair, tell us who's the chair.
Simpiwe, are you able to respond? Can we please have answers, colleagues?
Yes, I'm able to respond, but I just need to check quickly on my system. I do not know presidents of all the federations, and they do change as well. Don't want to mislead the Mr. Gary Morrison.
Mr.
Thank you. Gary Morrison.
Is it the current president or current chair?
Current president.
When is this term, in fact, when was he elected and when is this term coming to an end?
Chair, I would not at this point have that information, as one was not really.
All right, Chair, if I can ask you while you're on the platform, why are you getting your salary when you are unable to provide clarity on the work that you should be doing of playing oversight on federations costs? So up to so far, the impression that you have created is that you seem not to be having an understanding of what is happening in your department. Why are you getting a salary?
Through your chair, there is more than 78 federations, and the leadership changes all the time, and that's why I immediately, within 2 minutes, was able to go to my system and actually confirm who the latest. Otherwise, I run a risk of giving a name and then run a risk of giving a incorrect.
Are you confirming what we are suspecting, that you are not fit for a purpose? Let me give you an example. Federations are generally having a problem. Part of their complaint is that they are not receiving the necessary support. That's why I'm asking you. I've asked you a simple thing in terms of orienteering. And I would like to get clarity from you. What is this orienteering and does it have a national footprint?
Chair, I'm not sure whether I need to describe. Firstly, yes, orienteering does exist in the provinces, and it in terms of the requirements is that it should at least exist in a minimum of 5 provinces, and as far as we know, it exists in 5 provinces, at least a minimum of 5 provinces, and it may not exist in every community, The nature of the sport is that it requires that people are able to identify through using the maps and obstacles the various locations that have been set up in a course. So Chair, they do exist in terms of the minimum requirements, and in terms of the footprint, they may not be in every community like bigger federations such as football.
No. You are not willing to come to the party. It's fine. While you are dealing, CFO will come to you in terms of the allocation.
Okay.
While you are dealing with the issue of federations, can you give us a clue in terms of the yardstick that you have applied to measure the importance of VAR implementation over the grassroots development of different sports activities through the funding of federations? How did you get to a point of saying that the implementation of VAR is so much important that will take 40 million and contradict even the minister's commitment to LA regarding the number of athletes that must be produced? You take away the money from federations, you take away money from rural areas, from small dorpies, from people who must develop their lives through this sports development. You then decide as a department that VAR is so important. Why, according to you, is so important, overlooking or disregarding the grassroots development of sports?
The department?
And also explain, out of that 40 million, how much have you spent so far and on what have you spent it?
I thought Simpiwe was still responding, Chair.
Please proceed.
Maybe on the spending part, Chair, through you. On the spending of VAR to date, through you, Chair, we have not spent even a cent on that VAR, Honorable Khabo. And then I don't know if I can then give you the figures for orienteering federations. For the 22-23, they received 600, and then 23-24, 360, and 24-25, they received 360. Thanks, Chair.
So I'm going to spend time on federations. How do you then decide, and that is in PUE, that this one is, I'm going back to what Honorable Eugene was speaking in terms of the current demographics of this country. How do you then identify federations that requires financial support from the department that do not really reflect the geographical outlook of our country? How do you then decide that, no, SASCOG, we're not going to give you this much, orienteering, we're giving you this much, swimming South Africa? How do you get, which yardstick are you using?
Chair, if I were to since we're looking at the period 2024-25, the approach really was that the federations would submit their applications, and those applications would be assessed based on the needs, and the allocation would be made as such. I do appreciate that the honorable member is making reference to the current financial year, which I thought that the earlier responses it attempted to address in terms of the allocations, including the allocations to SASCOG, that there is still ongoing engagement which would inform the ultimate outcome. So Chair, that's the best that one can do in terms of responding to the question being asked.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. As I conclude, can I second the proposal that we should get a quarterly report in terms of the implementation of the audit action plan? And Chair, maybe before I forget this part, my view is that most of the fruitless expenses are emanating from federations and entities because of we are unable to provide the necessary oversight as a department. And as a result, these entities are doing as they wishes, including the federations that we are referring to. Chairperson, I'm raising this thing because of previously we met with the National Arts Council, and there was a demonstration that indeed how they are conducting their affairs in terms of dispersing funds to beneficiaries is highly questionable. One of the things that was identified in that meeting is that people who are even benefiting from this Mzansi golden economy, their companies were long deregistered. I'm raising all of these things to dispute the original view of the DG that we've got internal systems in place. Because if we've got internal systems in place as a department, they must be able to be extended to entities and federations that account to us. And that on its own tells you that this monitoring that we are speaking of does not really exist, Chairperson. Let me go to an example to demonstrate to you that failure for us to provide the necessary monitoring and evaluation, that's where issues are cropping up. You look at the infrastructure department, Chairperson, what is happening there is just a mess. And I've requested that we must be provided with the allocation to provinces. It has not been done. The clarity was not also being provided. It is my firm view that the reason why the department continuously presents themselves as people who are able to spend the allocated money, they present themselves as a way of appearing to be good to us as a committee. But if we were to assess the impact that they are making on the ground, that is highly questionable. I will tell you that there have been more than 41 million, if not mistaken, allocated to the Northwest. I've been to a number of projects when I even called you, Chairperson. When I even called you, let me give you an example. I want to check with the infrastructure. How many projects do they have in Lekwatemane and Mamusa?
Ntangeni. Ntangeni, there's a question.
Apologies, sorry, I was trying to find the unmute. It's one project per municipality.
Well, last did you go to that? Let me speak to the one of Mamusa. What is the project entailing in Mamusa?
I will have to check my record to give you the scope of work for the Mamusa one.
Okay, can I tell you that it was the construction of Motara Sports Ground? When last did you go to that project?
The team went on site August.
Are you aware that the project is stalled now?
Since which month?
Are you aware that the project is stalled? Are you aware that the municipality has used the money that was allocated for the construction of the sports facility to pay their salaries? Are you aware?
No, it was not reported to us. The report is that the money is still available, but that was not reported to us.
When last did you visit the project?
August, the team visited Mamusa and Lekwatemane.
In August.
Yes.
Now let me tell you that on the 5th of August, I went to Christiana or Upanan Sports Ground that was supposed to be completed in September. And unfortunately, the project was still sitting at 69%. Mind you, that is the first phase of the project. What is it that you are doing to municipalities that are unable to make sure that projects are being completed on time and we don't encounter overspending?
Okay, thank you. We are aware that Ligwatimane is not complete. The delay was due to the registration of the project, and registration is done through COPTA. In terms of what we need to do for them to spend, unfortunately, the expenditure is monitored through COPTA. However, in terms of the condition, we requested that they should not allocate the trenches if the municipality is not performing. But unfortunately, we're not able to stop. But we do write letters to them to indicate that they should spend the allocated amount to the activities that are allocated. We are monitoring that project closely, and they are progressing at this stage, even though there were delays previously, but we were sending letters to follow up and assisting in terms of designs as well, and pushing that the registration be completed on time. Unfortunately, it was
Can
then
I
delayed.
put it to you that you are not telling us the truth when you tell us that the project was delayed because of the registration? When I went there, let me tell you, the project was handed over, or it started on the 6th of March, 2025. It was supposed to be completed on the 3rd of September, 2025. The time that has lapsed is 81%. And part of their argument was that they encountered rain. And I told them that I've been in Ligwatimane for more than a week at that time. There's never been a rain. So what you are putting to us and what they are presenting, it's just a confirmation. I just wanted to demonstrate that we are suffering from the necessary monitoring that we should be doing. How often do you interact with COPTA to analyze the spending pattern that might have an implication on you?
Every quarter we meet with COPTA, and as indicated, one of the delays definitely it was that contributed a lot. It was the registration of the project. Yes, we are aware that the contractor was appointed and they are delaying, but I was referring from the beginning of where the delays started. And with COPTA, we meet quarterly when we have progress meeting with the very same municipalities in each and every province. But usually the details of the expenditure is not shared from the COPTA side. We get that detail from the municipality through the monthly reports. Thank you.
Now, how do you monitor the correct spending of money allocated to COPTA by the Department of Sports and Arts and Culture for the implementation of sports, arts and culture projects? How do you monitor that? What role do you play that before the payment of a certificate by a municipality, due diligence has been done or it has been conducted? Is there anything that you are playing there, or you are just dumping money to COPTA, including provinces like we have observed?
Unfortunately, in terms of expenditure, we do not have a role. That's the arrangement. Initially, there was a suggestion that we signed an MOU so that we can monitor it closely because it's transferred through COPTA and not the department. However, in terms of implementation, we follow through site visit and progress meetings and letters if they're not complying with certain things. So in terms of expenditure, unfortunately, we do not have. As a sector department, we assist where we can in terms of sectoral norms and standard and other deliverables in terms of project implementation. Thank you.
Honorable Khabo, please wrap up as I want to close this session.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Look, Chair, in conclusion, there's an issue of federations and entities. And I would like to get clarity on the Freedom Park, but that would be in writing, Chairperson. We'd like to get clarity on the Freedom Park. They appeared before. Who is the CEO? What's happening with the finances? Is there investigation being conducted? How much have we spent? That I'll submit it in writing. Like I've got an interest on NFVR and National Arts Council. But as a parting short, Chairperson, in our previous meeting, we made the recommendations of requesting a legal opinion in relation to the ongoing conduct of the minister that contradicts the ethics. I'm not sure how far are we, maybe it's because of not being part of the last meeting. I would plead with the chair that we get an update on what has been happening. Because the reality of the matter, from where I'm sitting, we've got enough evidence and proof to say that what is happening in the department, largely the minister does not respect his executive values that he should be demonstrating when taking decisions. And we have seen in the past, we've been taken for a ride, we've been misled, And I think the DG has also just fell into that trap of misleading the committee. I would like to get that clarity, but that we should be having that separate engagement, Chairperson, because it's useless for us to get a quarterly report from the DG to identify issues that are discrepancies, but we never meet as a committee to process some of these things. They are telling us 6 months ago, I was told that I'll get a report on who's part of the minister's office. Today, Mrs. Bota was behaving otherwise. That sense of entitlement, because of they are very close to the minister, the chairperson of NAC is related to Ms. Bota. Those are things that raises eyebrows, and we cannot, Chairperson, we cannot neglect those issues. That on its own will say a lot in terms of us, Chairperson. With that being said, Chairperson, I would like to get your view in terms of our last recommendations for subjecting the minister to the Ethics Committee. How far are we? What is the legal opinion on that matter? Thank you very much.
Yeah, Honorable Khabu, let me respond in the following fashion. There were no decisive decision made during this meeting. That's the first thing. The second thing is that, but I have explained the issue if the minister and the deputy minister is not involved. But I will make my closing remarks when it comes to that. I just also want to make the following statement to members. We do have our meetings. I understand some members are elsewhere deployed and they come in later in this particular meeting. Safe to say it's not happening also when we have in-person meetings. But members are very welcome, and I must say I appreciate everyone's input when it comes to their oversight. But here is my problem. When we start a meeting, entities that appear before us make their presentations. Then I have a look who's in this meeting. I see hands, I schedule my time and allocate a certain amount of minutes or time or seconds, whatever, to members. Then after that, there are members coming into the meeting late. In your case, it's understood because you have explained and your hand was also, you indicate you wanted to speak very early in the stage. There is another 2 hands. And if time is scheduled, yesterday, there were members missing their buses. If time is allocated, it is difficult for me as a chairperson, but I'm happy to take advice from members how to deal with it. It is difficult for me when I have allocated time and give members who are responding to these issues, very difficult for me to accommodate other members on a later stage. But I am going to give the 2 members whose hands has been raised the opportunity. Because most in these meetings, I have to close these meetings simply because we cannot go any further of time constraints. And what stays behind a number of times is the minutes that must be adopted. And at times when we have to deal with that issues, members recuse themselves from the meeting. So I just want to make that statement. I'm taking note of what has been said. I will make my closing remarks pertaining to this particular meeting as well. And we will at some other stage again discuss the issues that you have raised pertaining to the minister's presence. I cannot prevent you from raising issues, but again, we have not made a formal decision. This committee has not made a formal decision when it comes to the issue that you have raised now. I am now going to allow the Honorable Mataung and then Honorable Nkosi. Honorable Mataung.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. And greetings to everyone who's in the panel, the department. I think I have few concerns whenever comes to the reports that we're getting. I think I've raised this yesterday as well to say there's no hierarchy, you know, in the department and the federations and the entities at the same time. So my take now at the present moment, what Leader Khabu said and what Leader Mteto said, including Leader Kezane and Faith, it's so alarming and it's so shaming, especially for us as the committee, to say whatever we put forward and we say these are things that needs to happen in the department, or maybe our suggestions and stuff. They don't take it seriously. And one thing that I've seen, other departments have done their oversights. And us as a committee, we'll find out that we'll say there's no money for us as a committee to go and do these oversights. You know, for Khabu to go out and be able to witness what is happening in the projects that are happening around in his respective area, and they come to this portal and give us a program of saying this is their program of action, this is what they've done, this is what they've executed, but to find out that all those things that they say they've executed, they've never been done. I think we need to change a criteria as a committee ourselves to say we really need to do oversight first before the departments comes and present their auditors' reports or everything. We need to go out there and find out ourselves. Be on the ground, make sure that when we come back, we know that we have valid reasons why we need to question them. And for us to hold meetings again, whereby the minister and his deputy, they are not in these committee meetings, it's not nice at all. Because at the end of the day, it's like we're speaking to a brick wall, whereby the minister will just be told at a later stage to say, this is, or you will listen to our recordings to say, this is what we're discussing. Suddenly, when he comes in, he will be able to respond to our questions. And for me, at that point, it will be unnecessary because of we should have voiced things out to find out from him. What have you done in this department when you find out that there's a problem that is occurring? The AG yesterday raised a very alarming issues between the entities and the federations. So the reports that we're getting from the DSAC, for me, I'll take those reports as null and void reports. Until we as the committee, we go down to the ground and witness these things with our eyes to say, yes, the guys are working. And we also scrutinize in terms of the entities. We want to check their books. Let's check their books. Let's check their finances. What money has been came in, and are you satisfied with the money? You know, to find out that SASCO cannot even do an auditing report because of they don't have money. It's shaming. And we're sitting in these committees thinking that we're working hard and we want to make sure that we execute things, the department execute, and yet they will come here and tell us that they've executed 95% of the work that was supposed to be done in their financial year, and come to get it, Kabo comes with a story to say the department did not work in this. Do you know that people were supposed to pay their salaries instead of finishing the projects? Who are we? Are they taking this committee seriously? No. And even if we write to the ethics, will the ethics make sure that whatever that we write, do they take it seriously? It seems like they don't take this committee seriously. So we need to have ways of changing strategies on how we deal with DSAC, how we deal with federations, and how we deal with other entities at the same time. We need to deal with the national, province, and regional. We need to have that spectrum as well as a committee to say, how do we make sure that even as our work as a committee, the department will see that they have to take us seriously through our research, but we cannot only research through people saying in VAL number one, for instance, I'll make an example with the VAL. In Val area, there was a hall that there was a theater that they maybe were supposed to renovate that theater. Instead, they've built another hall theater / called El Dorado Park. What about that other one that has been abandoned? So we using money to renovate and build something that is new, and yet there's no activities again there. So who are we? Who are we as TISAC? Who are we as the committee? Where are we heading with the committee? Are we, everything that we suggest, is it going to be implemented by the department? For me, it seems like that the department doesn't take us serious. I'll close it there, but I believe, Chairperson, that they need to put money aside for us to be able to go and do oversight thoroughly. We cannot come in and sit on the PCs, deliberate on issues, and on those issues, nothing is going to happen. I submit.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know whether the department would like to respond to that, but with due respect, Honorable Matahung, the Parliament give an opportunity for oversight. And one of the opportunities been given to this portfolio committee was last week. And we are going to deal with it later on if time deems it fit with the committee program. It is this very same committee that has decided that M&E and other stuff is more important. We had to deal with SAIDs. And then it is members of this committee who's not available. And that's why we did not go on oversight. We had to meet on other serious matter approved by this committee and not an individual. So the oversight is there. It is us that approve our program. But like I said, I will make my closing remarks when it comes to all these oversight issues and challenges that we have as members, and perhaps a way forward, how can we work together with the department. The Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to your good self, my portfolio committee members, as well as the office of the AG and the department led by the DG. Chairperson, one must welcome the presentation made. A lot has been said by my colleagues, Chair. And Chair, you'll pardon us because we'll be seen as if we are repeating one and the same thing. But this thing of non-compliant, not adhering to the recommendations of the AG, it bothers us as members of the portfolio committee. On procurement and contract management weaknesses, the AG observed that material non-compliance identified at 10 entities in 2024-2025, from 8 entities in 2023-2024. And the key violations includes the competitive bidding failures, the unfair processes with regards to the supply chain, of which those things are being raised all the time. You wonder as to say why the department is not avoiding that. So one of my colleagues, I think most of them, they spoke about the recurring of the findings raised by the AG that touches the inadequate consequence management. And the things I keep on done in a way that is not acceptable by the AG. I'm not going to go to the questions now, Chair, but I'll just raise my concern as well. My whip recommended that we must get a progress report with regards to the action plan quarterly so that we can monitor ourselves as the portfolio committee. Probably that will assist. I just want to second her on that one, that we must get that report. Second to that, Chair, I just want to check with the Auditor General that because these findings were raised timeously and from time to time they come with the recommendations, does they have any way of enforcing these recommendations to the department to make sure that they are indeed implementing the action plan as per their action plan submitted? Because it cannot be correct, Chair, that we come here to the meetings and sit and recommend. After that, nothing is happening. Seemingly, we are just wasting our own time as members. And there's a lot that we are doing as honorable members outside there. Lastly, Chair, there's this issue that was raised by Honorable Khabo regarding the report in the office of the minister. And it was agreed upon that indeed we're supposed to get that report. What is it that is holding up that we get that report? Chair, we are appealing, really, let us not be played here. We are having a lot of things that we are supposed to be doing, but we decided to leave other things and come to this portfolio committee. I think it must come to an end that we'll come here and talk about one and the same thing. We speak about irregular expenditures all the time, but there's nothing that is happening from the department. Can the department take us seriously? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much for that comment.
Lastly, Chair, on the issue of the entities that didn't submit the financial statements, the department must not wait for us to ask as to say what was the reason for those entities to not submit their financial statement and explain to us. When they report that, they must also explain why. What was the reason for that? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nkosi, and thank you so much, honorable members. DG, you have heard our cries. Members have made their statements. Members have, and every time it's just a recurrence of a meeting every time. But I want to make the following quick observation in closing. And firstly, want to move with one of the most serious issues that has been mentioned by Honorable Khabo and Honorable Mutambi. And that is that we are sitting with the annual report, which will somehow, somewhere surface in Parliament, which might have a debate, which might be approved, and so forth. But from your experience, and I think we can go back, and here's my problem that I also have as the chairperson of this portfolio committee, that it seems that from the department side, there is no one who take the minister by the hand, giving clear directions to say, this one you can't sit miss. I have in the past engaged with the minister on some of these serious issues. It is an annual report 2024-2025 briefing by the department. And it's almost like we are sitting here without a dad or father in the house. When there is no father in the house and serious decisions must be taken or communicated, it's empty, it's fruitless, it's useless that we are getting together. But really, I think with your experience, Dr. Kumalo, I think to a greater extent, there should be a tick box where we as a collective can say to one another, no, we cannot miss this unless the minister and the deputy minister are invited by the president of this country. The minister has engaged with me, I think twice, on an apology which I understand the issue about repatriation. And he also indicated that the deputy minister will be involved. The deputy minister was not involved because of 1 to 3 reasons with the deputy president that we also understand. And I must say this, I'm having very competent and loyal professional staff members. And I can tell you, if they could have done this, they could have thrown their toys out of the court for me, because many a times, because of the unavailability of the authority of the minister and the deputy minister, I have changed programs to accommodate everyone. And it takes such a long process to make all of these changes. And I feel sorry. 4 o'clock in the mornings, 5 o'clock in the morning, this morning, I received emails already from Jabu. I received emails from Zoleka. This is how loyal our staff members is. But the issue that I want to say, how can we confidently say we are taking this with the minister together? And there are so many times that we ask staff. One of the things that we are struggling to get out of the department, Dr. Kumalo, is a list of the allocations and monies being given. 40% has been given already, but we don't get that list to say what is this federation getting out of this whole budget, so that we can also do our oversight role today. We have spoke about the monitoring and evaluation and the issues raised by the office of the AG, but we forgot that at one time we've been told that the monitoring and evaluation team oversee the department itself. So unless we misunderstanding the whole issue. Now, the issue of oversight by the department, there is a problem of manpower. We understand that, and I don't know how we are going to address that. So there are members going out by themselves, like Honorable Gabo has now mentioned. Honorable Mtetwa, see, he just left the meeting. Honorable Mtetwa has been locked out on an oversight. I went with a member of the provincial legislature to visit a place called just next to the State Theatre, Women Heritage Site, where 280 million has been spent. I called Honorable Molotsani. I called, I think, Honorable Daniels, who was, I thought that was available at that time. Others were on oversight to accompany us. This member of the legislature, Leanne de Jager, has been denied access for oversight for more than 8 times. Myself and Honorable Leah Potgieter went there. We have been denied access. So we plead to this department to play their role when members want to do oversight. We cannot be locked out. I went to watch the game of Bafana and PE and drove back. I've been denied access by the security on my way back to Sarah Bartma. I have called you, and I must say thank you for the role that you have played, and also to Shane Maja. We're very much impressed of that official who arranged in a day, allowing and arranged for us for quality surveyor, liaison officers, infrastructure representative, project managers, and all of that. It can be done. But I think the department must also play a role to write to all of these entities and where we want to do oversight, ensuring them. We are denied access. My card is in the door. Even showing our member of parliament's cards to to individuals. And in some stages, I am aware of people that has been manhandled while doing their oversight. Now, what we have discussed here, the woman heritage site for the woman who fought, and there's only one person alive, the brain. 280 million been spent. It's also 10 years ago now. We asked the department to look through these things so that we can have this, and so that Sophia the brain at least have the opportunity before we will have a statue of herself and she's no more there, the opportunity to see that place open. To see that place open, that is important. The very same department, we have to work together, went out and follow the committee's oversight where we were. The minister and the deputy minister went to Northwest and make promises on the stadium in Mabatu. And just next door, we sit with Rustenburg Olympia Stadium, where we have one local team that plays PSL League. We have tried, we have made noises. The local Mines is now helping. That team actually went and they play in Joburg, where they have to play and accept that there is their home ground. But we are fortunate having them back. As a result, I watched some games, interview hawkers, I interview a lot of business people there, you know, who are happy that the stadium is open because now we have now engaged and we are now having a stimulus when it comes to the economy. That is what we are asking and looking for. And this very place that I have now mentioned about the women's heritage site is just next to the State Theatre. I went to Paulsmoor in Paarl. The house where Mandela was lived in, it cannot be visited anymore. It cannot be visited anymore. You go to Robben Island, there's a boat there for 10 years. So we really need to get together and to get closer to one another. And this, and I'm saying it over and over again, is one of my best time in my political career. And it should not go in vain. Because these members of this committee reads, they have an appetite, they go, people are coming to us and they are complaining. There's an issue in Kroonstad where they have these facilities constructed outside these areas. It's almost like the combi courts, you know. There's a place called Kuku in Kroonstad, Free State. I receive complaints from people that complain about where it's situated. And I took it for granted to say that this department must have done a study, you know, to see whether it is worth its while to have it here. People are complaining about vandalism. People are concerned that the place will be vandalized and we are spending money in this particular place. Not that we discriminated against. There is 90% shacks in the surrounding area. So has their feasibility study been made? Are we going to have this place? Because we cannot go and develop and put a place down there and it's there and there's no safety and there is no security for what it's worth. So I'm mentioning all these things, and it's also clear that there is a manpower problems. There is an entity oversight problem. What Honorable Khabo has said here today. And to a greater extent, I think the committee should come together and talk, because it's clear that the sense, if you listen to committee members, is that they are not being taken serious as far as our engagement is with the executive. So what you hear, Dr. Kumalo, as a veteran in this game, we really want you to also have this kind of discussions with both the minister and the deputy minister so that we can get together and to solve these problems amicably, because it is not about individuals, it is not about this portfolio committee, it is not about DSEC itself, it is about the nation, and it has been mentioned before earlier on, it is about social cohesion, address the inequalities, transform society. That is what it is all about. So we have to work together, because it's clear that some of the things that we are asking, it is not forthcoming, and sometimes you get the impression, well, people are hiding stuff, but also I'm also taking for granted that there are no manpower. So definitely I think we should really consider seriously to prioritize some of these meetings. There are very, very important meetings where we feel that both the minister and the deputy minister must be present. I don't want members. There are members in the past, and I don't want to mention names, who said we are not going to approve this budget. We are not going to agree on this report and all of that. So members can say the same. We don't want to work with the department, because if we call meetings, the department is never there. So with that said, Dr. Kumalo, before I'm going to release the department, I would like you, if you would like to say something, and then if you would like to leave this meeting, after that, you're much welcome, because we still have other business to do. Dr. Kumalo.
No, thank you, Chair. I think let us acknowledge everything that has been said. Thing of most concern to me is when members say we don't seem to take them seriously. And I do believe maybe it's a perception that we must correct, if at all it is, because I don't think it's reality. On our side, we are very much committed and we understand the role of the portfolio committee. So that impression that has been created, I think I take it very, very seriously. I've taken note also of your other recommendations as you summarized, Chair. We will request that we be excused from the meeting here on. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kumalo, and thank you for the department for being in this meeting. Honorable members, we are going to proceed with our meeting, and I'm going to call upon the portfolio secretary to flight the minutes that we are going to deal with. We are all aware once again, that in terms of procedure, these minutes has been sent. It is also upon members who attended or who was present in these meetings to participate and also make proposals and second the minutes. There are processes. It has been sent, we rectify, send back. So it's actually in complete stage, as so-called incomplete stage, as you can see in front of us. We are going to deal now with the minutes of the portfolio committee on sports, arts and culture for Tuesday the 2nd in the Marx building, pertaining to a planning session and annual performance plan consideration and adoption of the draft third term committee's program and draft committee's minutes. Page 1. I don't see pages. Or is this page 1 now? Page 2, sorry, I see it. Page 3. Members, feel free if there is really an issue that you want to stop and correct for us. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. I just want to say thank you to Jabu and Soleka I like the last part. You know, normally if people read this and at least know what the abbreviation stands for. Can I have a proposal and a seconder that this is a true reflection of the minutes? Members, please just speak. I can't see hands.
Chairperson Molotsane, I will propose.
Thank you, Honorable Molotsane. Is there a seconder?
Nkosi seconds, Chair.
Thank you so much. Appreciate. The next one. Please write the next minutes. It's gone. It will lose.
Apologies, Chair. I'm trying to get the second set.
Okay.
The 4th of September, Chair.
4th of September. Thank you, Jabu. We can proceed. First page. The second page. I see there's a question from the AG. Can someone just call Mbali of what's the name from Metse? Just say that the meeting is it's done. The third page. Fourth. Sixth page. Page 6. Page 7. Next page. That's the last page. Jabu, just explain to the committee that ongoing. There we go.
Are you referring to point 17,
17, yes.
and 14?
Yes.
Okay, Chair, we're going to be monitoring the resolutions that were taken by the committee relating to the NFEF working with the DSEC on the KPIs, and also when they review their funding model, they will then submit the progress report to the portfolio committee, Chair.
Thank you. I just wanted to explain to the committee. Is there a proposal and a second, honorable members?
No, Chair, thank you very much. Contrary to the popular view that we come into meetings and fight only, we are going to support the approval of the minutes as a true reflection, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kabo.
I also support and second.
Let us just make sure whether Honorable Mataung was in this meeting. I doubt.
I was.
Sure.
Yes, it was in the meeting, Chair. Thanks.
Yippee. Well done, Honorable Mataung. I thought I'm going to catch you out. The next one. It's a little bit slow today, the system.
Yes, Chair. On the 5th of September.
MGE. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Closer adjournment. Proposal. Seconder.
I second.
Let's take that as a proposal. Honorable Mataung, seconder.
Let me second Honorable Mataung. NVF, our favorite one. Proper.
Okay, thank you. The last one, Nejabu.
No, Chair, the 9th and then the 16th, Chair. This is the 9th.
The 9th. Let's go for it. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Seven. Page 8. Just go a little bit up. I see quite a ugly red at international. I left the others because it was spelled right. Is that spelled right?
It's how FIFA. I'm not sure if that's French.
Oh, it's French. It's only the first one is also French. You see, I don't want to lol where FIFA things is involved. I don't want Honorable Mataung behind me. Proposal and a seconder.
I propose, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. Second.
Chair.
Great.
Chairperson, I stand to second. I'm happy with your closing remarks there, as you can see.
You're making me shy. The very last one. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Proposal and a seconder.
I propose, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. Seconder.
A second.
Honorable Kobani, thank you so much. Okay, then, honorable members, our next point is the consideration.
Excuse me, Chair. Excuse me, Chair.
Yes,
Mr.
Jabu.
Kobani wasn't part of this meeting on the 16th.
You see, I said make sure that's
Oh, no,
thanks for that.
apology. Apology.
Chairperson Molotsane, I second.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for picking up that job. Appreciate it. Honorable members, we now are going to adopt the consideration of the draft 4-term program. I can tell you, honorable members, that this can be a huge challenge. We are trying, the management is trying their utmost best to deal with, issues of the day and sometimes serious issues. And we also receive, the office also receive very serious issues where we feel at times to engage with both the department and the entity and the other role players. But we also guard against becoming a soundboard. And what we do as management, we normally send or forward the communication direct to DSEC to deal with it. But there are so many entities and so little to see. And I can just make an example with the particular one, and that is Athletics South Africa. They have appeared 3 times, but it was not in vain, because at the end of the day, and I know this and I'm aware of this, there are entities that are very much so afraid to come or to be summoned by Parliament, by the Portfolio Committee. But we have our oversight role. We have to play, and we have to keep people informed. We have to keep people accountable, and we have to give guidance, and we have to give advice. And it is a pity that we cannot have enough entities to appear before us. But we also following the trend and the spending and where most of the monies actually are being spent. But we should also get all of these small entities. Something that came up from the Auditor General was the issue of Pansal and other related issues that I have mentioned earlier during our meeting with the Auditor General. But be as it may, I want to apologize upfront for issues where we have to change our programs because of Parliament, because of a number of changes in the program, not us particular, it's Parliament itself. So we have to rob Peter to pay Paul and change all of these. So that is happening, and I want to apologize for members up front. But our priority now, I think it's Saru and it is Safa, and Jabu will indicate to us. But we will go step by step to see on the dates. But what I want to suggest, there are also difficulties in rooms, meeting rooms. So I have noted that there is quite a huge amount of interest in this portfolio committee where we are serving in. In order for us to get our messages across on what we are doing, it is my personal view that the best way to go is to have Zoom meetings. We had a very important meeting yesterday where Honorable Mtetwa has been asked what is the link, and they want the link and they want to join, and the meeting was not screened. We also have screening facility challenges. So if there is no problem with members, we might find us in a situation where we have most of our meetings on Zoom. I also would like us to have one another in person on some issues. And I also understand the challenges of some of our members that is deployed in other portfolio committees. And this committee and others committees is just as important as this committee is. So I don't want to deny members. And sometimes we also play around and accommodate members and have meetings late in person or Zoom, whatever the case may be. So this is the scenario that we are in. And we will, communicate our situation as time goes, be as it may, whether a meeting will be Zoom, personal, or whatever the case may be. Can you take us through the program? And if I am not wrong, Jabu, this has been approved, so there's other changes, and this is what we have to approve now. Am I right, Jabu?
Chairperson, the program has been approved by the House Chairperson based on the allocated slots. And
Okay.
we've indicated the agenda items, but the committee itself will have to adopt the program and its agenda. Yes, Chair.
Okay, so take us through that, and I would suggest wherever you have perhaps physical meeting, can we then just say physical stroke Zoom? I'm going to tell you why. In case we don't get a room where there's screening facilities, but most of the time, Parliament will screen a meeting which has high priority and is of high national interest. So if we can, Jabu, you start like now, as physical stroke Zoom, if we can do that. Thursday.
No,
okay, Thursday the 9th. No, okay, let's go. No, I think it's Tuesday, not Thursday.
Yeah, Chair, can I just start from the beginning just to indicate that the last week we've lost 2 meetings which we were supposed to have, because that will talk to the program itself and how to include the 3 agenda items that we lost last week in the term, in this 4th term. So last week, Chair, Thursday and Friday, we did not meet because because of unavailability of members traveling. So we
those
met
are
yesterday.
very important meetings.
Yes. So we met yesterday, Chair, and we met with AXA and the Athletics South Africa. And today we've met with the department on its 2024 annual report. Next week, Tuesday, Chair, the 21st of October, we are meeting with SARU.
I don't want to waste members' time. SARU, let me just explain the scenario there. There is an issue in a letter from Honorable Potgieter, and I must say I couldn't get a chance to speak to Zoleka. I'm not sure whether Zoleka is in this meeting. I could not speak to her because the letter must go off to SARU, and we are already, it's Wednesday. They must send their governance report, and I think the letter has been sent by Honorable Potgieter in terms of their report. So take us through.
Okay. And then on Friday the 24th of October, there is a members training, but the committee will meet between 8 and 9 in the morning to consider and adopt the BRRR report. It will be a virtual meeting. And then Tuesday, the 28th of October, the portfolio committee will meet with the Department of Arts and Culture on the infrastructure management policy. And then they will also receive an update on the Sarah Patman Center of Remembrance, an update on the Enyokeni, also the...
Before you go further, okay, please proceed. My apologies.
Also, Chair, the SIU investigation into the KZN Department of Sports, Arts and Culture for allegations of corruption and maladministration in the construction of 9 libraries and supply of books through implementation of the Community Library Services Conditional Grant. We are inviting the SIU, AXA, and also the DSEC, KZN DSEC. Also, Chair will receive.
Before you go further, members can we piggyback on that meeting and also ask for the 8 monitoring reports from the department on that day?
We've already requested the reports, Chair. They've sent them to us. We'll circulate it to members as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Chair.
Proceed, Honorable. Who's that? Honorable Potgieter?
Thanks, Chair. I just want to check because I realized this yesterday when you said that the SORU submission deadline was the 13th of October. I see that all of these items have a submission date of the 2nd of October. Can we maybe just update them with the correct submission date?
Yeah,
because I don't want to be shouting at people and meanwhile their submission date is 2 weeks later.
Okay.
Can I explain something, Chair, with regards to the submission date? The submission date is for us administration because they have to submit the presentations early for the researchers and content advisor to go through them, and then they are able to produce their briefing documents and analysis. And then we, a week before the meeting, we send through the documents to members. So those submission dates is for us administration, so that when we send this program to the department, they know exactly the submission date they need to send the presentations to us as administration for us to do the necessary processes before we circulate the documents to members. That's why I'm saying we already have the, like for the meeting of the 28th, we already have the documents and we will send that to members. We are ready to send it in even now, but analysis is still being, yes, by the researcher.
Thanks, Chair. I get it. Yeah,
okay.
I know.
Okay, just go to Tuesday again.
Which one, Chair?
Saru. What are they doing?
The briefing on the 2024 annual report, inclusive of the latest audited financial statements, presentation on the PwC report, and progress on the implementation.
That has now changed.
Excuse me, Chair?
That is supposed to change now. In terms of the letter submitted by Honorable Potgieter. Because we were asked to go and read the report there. Remember we wrote and they wrote back. Yeah.
We'll update it, Chair.
Yeah, just check with Zoleka. That must be updated. And Honorable Potgieter, did you send the letter?
Yes, it was sent yesterday morning, Chair.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think during the meeting the letter was sent. So
yes, we'll update that, Chair.
Yeah, I think the letter of Honorable Potgieter says they must come and explain on what basis they cannot bring the report to Parliament.
Okay, Chair. We'll update that, Chair, and then we'll recirculate the program to members once it's adopted.
Yeah, honorable members, is there anyone who wants to have something to say? Please say, because I can't see while this is flighted. Please proceed, Jabu.
Okay, Chair. So the 28th, it will be that meeting with the department on the infrastructure management policy. And then the 4th of November, we'll receive a briefing by the Robben Island Museum on the 150 million rejuvenation project and governance matters.
Oh, great. Tell me, is there any honorable member? I know Honorable Molatsani and, okay, let me just mention her name, was interested to go to Sarah Bartman. I don't know who have contacts there who can help. If we can go out of our own, just fly in and fly out before we also meet on the Sarah Bartman issue. Let's give that a thought.
Chairperson, I think I have the contact number of, remember when we went there during the oversight?
Yes.
We met the councillors of that municipality.
I remember.
So I managed to meet those councillors in Joburg. They were having the program of the COI Yes, the call
Yes.
and the send program. I met with them there, so they gave me the contact numbers. I even promised that, in fact, I've said to them they must give me a call when they are available, all of them, so that we can be able to fly down to Sarah Bartman.
Thank you, Honorable Molatani. That would be wonderful meeting them, and one of us has been there. That would be wonderful. Please proceed, Ajubu.
On Tuesday, the 11th of November, we'll have a follow-up meeting with the Netball World Cup 2023 board on audited financial statements for 2023-2024 financial year, as well as Netball South Africa and the LOC.
My apologies, the 4th of November. Can we add that? I can't remember the name of the boat now. I had it in one of my speeches. That boat is also for 10 years. It's not in operation. It's not working. Can we add that as well? Feedback on the ferry, as well as the Paulsmoor, what is it called, Lindy? The Paulsmoor house where Nelson Mandela stayed.
Sorry, Chairperson, I'm sorry to jump in. That's Drakenstein.
Oh, Drakenstein.
In
Yes.
Paul, yes. That's under the control of Iziko Museums.
Yes. Yeah, yes. Drakenstein. It's actually at the Paulsmoor prison. In the Paulsmoor prison.
Excuse me, Chair.
Honorable
Excuse me,
Mtetwa.
Chair.
Oh, Honorable Kabo.
Hi, Chairperson.
No, it's not
Sorry,
me, Chair.
I'm unable to.
Who's that?
It's Lindy, Chair.
Oh,
That's
yes,
Lindy.
Lindy. What's the name?
No, I just want to register, Chairperson, that Mandela House in Drakenstein is that the reason why it is closed is because Iziko Museums is working on it, is working on the exhibition.
That's
so
fine.
it is preparing it.
That's fine. They must give us a report on that.
Sure.
Okay.
JJ has his hand up, Chair.
JJ.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chairperson and honorable members, colleagues. Chair, I just need clarity on Tuesday, when we meet with Sarum. I mean, today it's Wednesday, and we're only left with 2 days, so I'm just a bit concerned as to what exactly am I supposed to write the brief on in the absence of the presentation or submission from Saru to the portfolio committee. Does it mean that, because I see that according to the agenda or the proposed agenda, when they come to appear before us, they're just going to report as to why they're refusing to give the investigation report to the portfolio committee. Now, on my side, in terms of preparing the brief for the members to be up to date with what's happening in respect to the issues in SARU, should I then just come up with anything that I want to come up with, or is there anything that is going to guide me so that I write a brief in accordance with a particular guidance? Because at this point in time, I'm a bit lost as to what exactly am I preparing, what exactly am I supposed to write the brief on? Thank you, Chair. I just need clarity on that.
I must ask for indulgence here, but there's just no way that we, if you want to anger one member now, and that is Honorable Molatani, is to cancel. We can't cancel this. I will really request, with respect, JJ, that of your availability, they must send something. They will send something of governance, and they if they come and just do a report on that, I think the members is ready when it comes to that access information presentation that we receive from the lawyer, and we will take it then by that, because that will be the biggest crux, the biggest issue of the day. That is the fact that they have to come and present as committee members requested. But let's see what is transpired before Friday.
Sorry, Chair.
Honorable Potgieter.
Sorry, Chair. I thought you were done. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's fine. Proceed.
Just two things. The first is, can we possibly leave these meetings, the physical ones, because it's going to be very difficult if we put physical or virtual when we're planning our flights. I understand you may change the physical to virtual, but then we can get updated on that. I'm unsure when I need to be here in person, so I'm just seeing that problem. And then secondly, from JJ's comments, has SARU not sent anything? Because they're not just reporting on that particular forensic investigation, they're reporting on their audited financials and, et cetera and so forth. So it is a bit concerning that they failed to submit anything. Thanks.
Babu?
Chair, I think Siso can respond on that. Whether SARU has sent anything as yet.
Good
Because the last conversation we had, they hadn't sent anything from the last conversation that we had, Chair.
Yeah, I think, SARU, it is this letter up and down between us. That's why they might have not sent something, but it's actually not a reason.
Chair, also.
Honorable Khabo?
We've got, Chair, we've got Mamutambi and Mr. Khabuja.
Honorable Mutambi?
Thank you, Chair. I should think in terms of assisting JJ in preparation, the governance issues where you left when you interacted with them in the past. I think he can go and zoom in and then prepare.
Okay.
Even if it's the issue of the report that they don't want to share. These are matters that are in the public domain. He knows what needs to be written in the brief. And then, that's how we should proceed on this matter, Chair. There's
Thanks,
no way
Honorable
that they won't come in account. Other matters are matters of public interest, like there are various stakeholders who have been raising issues with members, with the committee. That gives JJ a lot to prepare. Then that's the way that we'll deal with that, including the letters of the lawyers. How do we then deal with that? It's part of that, but definitely it's also on their annual report, definitely.
Thank
That
you.
they had to account. So basically, that's what I wanted to say, Chair, on the matter. Thank you.
Agreed. Thanks for that solution. Proceed, Jabu.
We've got Mr. Khabu, Chair.
Before that,
sorry, Honorable Khabo.
Chair, in relation to this thing of SARU, I want to echo the same sentiments in relation to our request of information. Like we have always done, let us be clear in terms of getting a report on the state of governance and the state of finances. But amongst others, we can include a report related to the issue of equity, so that we are not seen as people who are only trying to interact with SARU on the basis of the issue of equity. SARU is dealing with a number of things, including the transformation charter that they are implementing. We should be getting clarity on that, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Khabo. Noted.
We've got Mamu Molatani, Chair.
Oh, I thought she left the meeting. Honorable Molatani?
Thank you, Chairperson. I was just changing the gadget because the other gadget was the battery was almost 2%. Chairperson, the issue of SARU, it's very much important. It's the same as the issue of the SAFA. Chairperson, if you allow me, I want to couple them together, because the time when we're supposed to go and see SAFA, it was when they told us that they're having a game, and it was true. They were having a game in Bloemfontein. We don't care whether we've qualified to go to the World Cup or not, but the fact of the matter is 3 points, it's gone. And Khabo has been talking about, Honorable Khabo did ask them about the 3 points, and they did not. They said, no, there is nothing that will happen. To the issue of SARU, we have an issue. I think this month and next month is the AGM of the rugby federations in the province, and we are still in the position where you find that women are not elected to be the president of rugby in the province. And at this age, Chairperson, we cannot allow the SARU president to.
Okay, Honorable Molotani, we'll get there if they come. That's fine. I hear you and I understand, but I think Honorable Khabu has just covered it in his the way he summed it up. Okay, can they put to us sorry, I'm struggling to get to the can you go the next page? What was the next date?
Okay, the next date, Chair, we were on the 11th of November, where we're meeting with the Netball World Cup.
Okay.
Chair, on the 14th of November, we'll be receiving a briefing by the department and the National Library of South Africa on the implementation of the Komodo investigative recommendations and governance issues in relation to the former HR manager and whistleblowers, Chair.
Does this letter that they're writing to us? Okay.
Yes, we've got that. We'll share with the members as well once we compile that those documents, yes, Chair. And then, Chair, on Tuesday the 18th, we'll be briefed by the department. We'll be given an update by the department on the recommendations of the oversight reports, the BRRR recommendations reports, and the budget vote reports, the past ones. So the ones that have been tabled and they've been sent to the department. Then, Chair, on the 21st of February, we've just received an updated fourth term program where they've indicated that there'll be a plenary on that day. But also, Chair, we'd highlighted that because the CEO from the entity, Parkovs, had requested that we postpone because she's got an operation that day. But since we'll be having a plenary, Chair, we might have to move that meeting.
Okay.
And then on the 25th of November, Chair, will be briefed by the State Theatre on the 2024-25 annual report, update on the allegations brought before the committee, and other matters, including the non-implementation of the Morara Incorporated Forensic Report findings and consequence management. Friday the 28th, Chair, we will receive a briefing by the South African Sports Association for Physically Disabled on the annual report, preparation for the upcoming Paralympic Games and other pertinent matters. Tuesday, the 2nd of December, we'll be receiving a briefing by SASCOC on the 2024 annual report and update on the cutting the funding and national federations by the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, as well as its implications. And then on the 9th of December, Chair, we'll receive a briefing by Artscape Theatre on the 2024-25 annual report, the whistleblower's complaint regarding unfair labor practices and other matters, Chair. Chairperson, I'd also like to touch on what Member Potgieter indicated, Chair, regarding the indication of whether the meetings will be physical or virtual, because I think the third term, we had received a complaint from an entity indicating that the late cancellations or late indications of whether the meetings will be physical or virtual has financial implications, because sometimes they book flights in advance and then the committee then indicates that it will be virtual. So if we can get an indication, Chair, because we also have a meeting on the 28th, next week, 21 and the 28th, and we need to get an indication whether these meetings will be physical or virtual as soon as possible, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, go to the red.
Which one, Chair?
The one typed in red.
Parkovs.
Yeah, what date is that?
The 21st of February, which is a Friday.
Yeah, this thing bothers me a lot of the women's heritage site. And I'm sure that not even the department is aware about that. I just want to check with the honorable members.
Chair, I've raised my hand. Can you note me after your statement?
Okay, so I just want honorable members I want to make a proposal that we perhaps flag there. If other members want any other entity, we can flag it there, debate and check what is the best one out of them to take in Parkov's place.
Chair,
Honorable
there's a
Malata,
plenary that day, Chair.
is it?
Yes.
Oh, that place, oh, my heart is so sore, that 218 million, and there's only one person left. What's her name? Sophia the Brain. The place hasn't been open yet. Honorable Molatani, okay, I take note that is a parliament sitting. Honorable Molatani?
Chairperson, thank you very much. I'm checking this program, Chair, and I don't see where it talks about SAFA, Chairperson. I don't see where it talks about SAFA. I'm having a proposal, Chairperson. Let me just open my dates. I'm having a proposal, Chairperson, that we see. Let me see, on the 18th of November, Jabu, which entity are we seeing? Yes, on the 18th of November.
18th,
yes,
we've got the department chair, Mameletana,
yes.
where the department will update the committee on the recommendations.
It's fine. It's fine, Japs. Chairperson, I propose that on the 18th, we see the SAFA, and then in this meeting of the 18th, there is somewhere where we're supposed to see SASCOC.
Yeah, SASCOC is in.
Yes, I want to check the date where we're supposed to see SASCOC, Chairperson.
Move to that date, Jabu, where we see SASCOC. Yeah, I think you're right. We have postponed SAFA more than once.
So can we see SAFA on the 18th, Chairperson?
Chair, can I respond, Chair?
Please do.
Also indicated that the SAFA had written to the committee and indicated that they're available after December. That's why we had to remove SAFA from the program. We initially had SAFA in the program. I think it was later on, around this time of November, and they indicated their unavailability. I'm sure I'll ask so to share the.
I think Jabu, we will write a letter also to SAFA that it must come and appear on the portfolio committee on the 18th, because if we allow SAFA to tell us when are they going to come to the portfolio committee, they will never come, Jabu. When that date comes, they will tell us another story. So I think, Chairperson, this time around, I will sit down and write a letter the same way that Honorable Potgieter did. I will sit down and write that letter. SAFA must come and appear on the portfolio committee on the 18th. And then this BRRR must go on that. I want to check the day when SASCOC is supposed to come. This is the matter of national interest, Chairperson.
Can I just rectify something, Honorable Molatani? This letter thing that you mentioned.
Yes, the one of BRRR can come here on the 2nd of December, Chair.
Yeah, let me just clear that. Like I said, in terms of prioritizing these entities, the letter received by Honorable Potgieter was supposed to come. It was the change on the program. It was not to.
I do understand, Chairperson.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying that I'm just referring it as an example.
Yes, but I agree with you. I agree with you. We agree not to interfere or be part and parcel to affect SAFA's performance.
Yes,
SAFA must come. They have to come. And I think it is what African Games now, even if we have to have that meeting on Zoom, we cannot see SAFA after December, because we have to engage and make proposals and recommendations together with SAFA, how they're going to solve the big problem that they had, are so stressed out all the time.
Thank you, Chair. And then number two, Chairperson. Number two, I just want to check. Remember, we still have that report of SAIDS.
Yes.
We still have that report of SAIDS, which I am not sure when are we going to sit down, because remember, specifically that report of SAIDS, Minister must be part of the meeting.
Yes.
Minister, we cannot
one,
sit in,
Babu,
that meeting
that
cannot continue without Minister being part of the meeting.
Is that one in, Jabu?
Chairperson, that is what I was raising. Mahmoud Latsana is actually touching on something, Chair. Chair, the 3 meetings, Chair, that we had to postpone, they need to be on the program. And the committee, the best thing I probably could advise the chair, the committee would be evening meetings virtually, or we request meetings outside of slot, maybe on a Thursday, because I think there's many plenaries going forward. We could meet after the plenaries in the evening and request those sittings so that we can proceed with those agenda items. But they might have to be virtual. I'm not sure, because the committee had resolved to hold physical meetings for those agenda items.
I think. Okay.
Let me give Honorable Molatani. I think you will agree with that. Let me give Honorable Nkosi, then Honorable Mutambi, and then Honorable Potgieter. Is that a legacy end? Honorable Potgieter?
No, Chair. I'm too young to be a legacy.
Okay, then I'll give it's Honorable Nkosi, Honorable Mutambi, Honorable Molatani, and then Potgieter.
No, Chairperson, thank you very much. I think I wanted to support my colleague, Honorable Mletsane, with regards to SAFA, that we cannot be dictated terms by the SAFA. SAFA wants to rule us as if we are accountable to them, and yet they are accountable to us. Not it's a vice versa. So I'm covered on that one, that we must meet with SAFA. Actually, it's a pity because we are having many plenaries, like Jabu said. It was gonna be better if we meet them physically, Chair.
Yeah, but I think I think I've been informed by Zoleka that the reason was because of the fixtures. So even if we had to have a Zoom meeting.
No, it's fine, Chair. I'm saying it's a pity because we are not going to be able to meet them physically.
Yeah.
But if it's Zoom, we can meet them, and want to suggest that and support my colleague, as well as on the SAIT one, that we must meet these entities, Chair. Thank you very much.
Agree, Honorable Nkosi. Honorable Mutambi?
Chair, you say the issue of virtual meetings, it minimizes a lot of issues, Chair. To say, like the issue of SAFA, isn't that the reason is the Wafana fixtures? That's why we must meet them via Zoom. The sooner the better. I think Jabu should make those applications, especially for those other meetings that we missed, including any other agenda item that we want to process before the end of this term. Chair. We can make application, and there's no excuse of people not coming, because also then, whoever is interested, also the stakeholders are able to attend online meetings, Chair. Because if you are, say, Cape Town, others won't be able to travel to Cape Town. And it assists a great deal to say, let's normalize the application of also having meetings after hours if we are serious about processing the agenda. Because this portfolio is too huge to Chair. We need to put a lot of extra effort to make sure that even during the normal committee time, we can also apply to also meet virtually, as long as we're able to process the agenda. It's parliament, it's a committee in session, whichever way we're able to meet and process the agenda items. Because otherwise there's a lot of expectation on us, Chair. And I think we've been doing a lot well, extremely well. The issue is about follow-up on issues that are raised. And then let's make those applications so that we can also meet after hours while we are via Zoom. That's the point
Great.
that I wanted
Thanks.
to emphasize. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Mutambi. Honorable Potgieter.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I want to support Honorable Molatsani as well. From what I can see, the only calendared items that SAFA have from now up until the sort of 10th of December are licensing and coaching courses. The next Bafana game is scheduled for the 22nd of December, and they play right through until January. So if they want to meet us after, when in December they're going to meet us, because they're not available then, they're available now. And to be honest, it almost seems like they're trying to hide away from accountability. I don't think we should give them that chance, and they should provide us with a detailed reason as to why they can't attend if they're refusing to. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much, honorable members. So in light what Honorable Mutambi said, can we then give the opportunity to Jabu to fit those two programs in, check the availability and how things look like, and then we will just inform members. I actually don't want to try my luck. The Parliament is, I see, actually sit, but it's very important, Makonazi on a Monday. I want to try my luck. I'm not too sure whether we will get through or pass Honorable Frolic on a Monday. But let's see the evenings as Jabu has suggested.
Chairperson.
Honorable Molatani.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, another issue is the issue of let me see on my notes. Is the issue of ASA. Is the issue of ASA, Chairperson, which yesterday we did not. I am not sure what was the conclusion. The reason I'm saying that it's because ASA, they are having their annual. They are having a general meeting. The annual general meeting is going to be on the 22nd of November. And before that, we should have concluded with the issue of ASA chairperson, so that when they go to that conference, we are done with ASA. We don't have any other tentacles that is left behind. That will make us to go back and discuss the issue with ASA. And the issue of SAIDS, I think, Chair, we didn't propose when it's going to be, but I will support Honorable Mutambi to say that this portfolio is huge, even if we have to put an extra hours in the evening so that we can be able to cover everything. I will support that proposal, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Faith, that must be a legacy aim.
Chairperson, on SAFA, Chair, I should think in that thing we must make a breakdown. There's the issue that they're implementing VAR in line with what the question raised also by Honorable Kabo. Because also in that meeting, I think it's important that the department, we had the recommendation on how VAR must be dealt with. So in the other meeting, it's either we can have it in twofold, that meeting with SAFA. They will inform us on what they are doing on VAR, but we also need the department and also the PSL with its board of governors, because this thing, the way it's done with the department, I think if we were to hear from the actual users as well as we had initially proposed, Chair, that could be a 2-day session. And I was also reading the letter that it said they are not coming, written by the CEO, Chair. You can see it's clear avoidance of the
news.
Hello?
Next year is going to be old news. I agree with you.
Yeah, it's a clear avoidance, and we don't guard this issue. We take recommendations, the things that you raised earlier in the meeting, Chair, that we get ignored by the department. And you see how sarcastic that DG responded to say if we feel like. And the reality is that we are being undermined as a portfolio committee, as if we are toothless, we don't know what we need to do. That's why on this matter now we made recommendations. This is how VR must be implemented. Then monies for federation is being cut for people to just, for political expedience. That's the matter we need to confront now and deal with it. That's why if we bring also the Board of Governors, PSL in that meeting, they will tell you that we were never consulted. They will tell you that we were against this. They will also tell you there's financial implication to the actual users, the people in our community who watch sports, because it's only the haves who will be able to pay, because this is also going to have an impact on gate taxing, prices going up, all the sorts of stuff. So, and that feasibility study that the department has done, because to be excited and just announce that we are implementing VAR, we need to see all those things there. And if we don't do that on this one, we'll be failing on oversight. It's reported that SAFA is implementing. We want to understand where do they derive the mandate from. That's why it's very important. That meeting can be in 2 sessions. And this letter, when I read it, really, it's a way of running away of accountability. And it seems that SAFA has been running away with MEDA, and we cannot allow this. Let's schedule this meeting, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. In the light of what has been said, I'm going to respond to SAFA.
Before you respond, Chairperson.
No, I mean not here. I mean per letter.
Yes, okay, Chair.
I'm going to respond
I just want
to SAFA, and I will first circulate it on the group. If I get the go-ahead, we'll send the letter off. Honorable Mutambi will assist in that regard. The second issue, I want to ask Jabu a question. Jabu,
Chair?
If we prioritize yesterday's minutes, I'm going to give you a chance now. If you prioritize the minutes of yesterday, how soon can we get it through Parliament so that it can be, tabled to Parliament, that minutes? When will this minutes be tabled? So if we can table that minutes, Honorable Molatani, then the ASA recommendations will become binding if it's tabled in Parliament. So, Jabu, please explain that process.
The minutes will be with you by Friday.
Okay.
For your perusal and approval. And then once you have approved them, we'll share them with the members.
And then we
come back into another meeting.
And
we can adopt them in the next meeting, which will be next Tuesday, Chair.
Happy, Honorable Molatani?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. But the other thing, Chair, that I want to know, because remember, the President has again lied yesterday, and something that we've informed him when the meeting started, that he mustn't lie, and he did that. So what is it supposed to happen, Chairperson? Because we are worried that he's going to continue doing the same thing if there is nothing we do as the portfolio.
Okay. Well, all of those comments and inputs and rebuttal will form part of the minutes as well as the recommendations. We will be able, to do the rectifications on the recommendations, and I think some of that will be there in terms of the fact and arguments that he has lied to the committee. I have also seen some work from the content advisor, I think, or from JJ, some rules, and our powers, or what we can recommend if we feel that someone has lied to Parliament. So that will then also form, if I think JJ or Fiona have that document. It's a very good outline document, and then we can just put that into that minutes as well. With that said, honorable members, I am going to Honorable Mtetwa. Is it the end?
Thanks, Chair. No, I wanted to remind you that you spoke about consulting the legal advisor of Parliament. I think that would be an ideal situation, that you refer the matter to him to say what further steps can we take, because we are like now Bafana that can play good but can't score goals. Yeah.
No, I agree. Honorable members, allow me. I'm still at Parliament.
Chairperson, before you
I
leave,
don't want to miss the bus like Honorable Mtetwa yesterday.
Chairperson, before you leave, remember yesterday in the meeting, there was the report that was done regarding the investigation by SASCOC. Can you write the letter on behalf of the portfolio to request that report? Because I can see that now with the department, we need to write letters to request, or else that report will just vanish. Or the next thing we will be told that Poppy Act won't be able to see the report because it contains the names of officials. So can we get that report, Chairperson? Because we cannot conclude the issue of ASA without that report.
We will most definitely get the report. He indicated so. And I think we must write formally, like you said. Honorable members, before I want to close, I want to raise a very last issue.
I don't think that report is there. Because of yesterday, they said they're going to send it yesterday, and they did not send.
Yeah. No, we have to get it, Honorable Matau.
And also, Chair, lastly, before I leave, I cannot leave without saying this. The president of ASA, he said that he will submit the receipts and so forth. That shows that he paid from her own pocket the trip to Budapest and so forth. But what I can tell you, after the meeting, I've made some few phone calls. There is nothing such like that, Chairperson. We are not going to get those receipts.
Yeah, it's really terrible. Honorable members, before I want to close, due to the importance of this portfolio committee, and also as one of serving as one of the members of this portfolio committee, automatically serving on the chairperson's forum, if I may use that word. It is advisable that when we have Zoom meetings, that members, use their cameras. For the simple reason, this meeting are being streamed. We do have a sound interest from the public to see these meetings, and not only the public, all other media, including the TV. So when they want a clip, it's difficult just to have a name and a surname there. They would like to put a face to the name. Also, after these meetings, Parliament on a regular basis on the Parliament channel, play these meetings. They actually on the program make provision for a slot for a particular portfolio. It's now this portfolio, and that are being screened. So that means that if we have a 3-hour meeting, we will have a 3-hour meeting. If you look at the screen now, for instance, only with one particular camera that is open. If members speak, would like them, I don't want to go into the fact that you must wear this and that and the other, but I say we would like to see your face. We would like to see. It is not written in stone, and it is not enforceable, but I think it is just a good thing, for members to see there is Honorable so-and-so, and there's the face, and these things are being played in clips in various on various platforms, even on TikTok, even on a lot of platforms, Facebook, you name it. So I just want to make that call again. I should have made this even with the department. It is important even for the department to do so. But like I said, it's not enforceable. If members feel they don't want to, that is fine. But I think it will just be a good thing from our side to do that. Honorable Mtambi,
On that one, yes, it's proper. But for us, what Parliament normally do, you've got the photo, the official photo that you have submitted.
Agreed.
So when you are not showing your picture, if you check it, they take out that picture that they have of you and put it there so that they see it's Honorable Joe. The picture that you did, yes, that's what normal. The only issue is on people outside us. Those are the ones that we can then request them to show their face because we have nothing in our parliamentary record. But for members, it's catered and covered for that one, Chair.
Oh, thank you for that. That helped a lot. Honorable members, with that said, what's the time now?
Chair,
we are now.
Chair Shabu here. Can the members please adopt the program with amendments and recirculate?
Members, if
I propose adoption, Chair.
Thank you. We adopt with the provision that additional dates will be given by the portfolio secretary pertaining to the two outstanding meetings.
I support the proposal, Chair, with the amendments that we've just made.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, we are now almost an hour scheduled late, but thank you for your time and enjoy and have a great time. And the portfolio secretary will now immediately after this deal with the issue of SARU. Thank you so much. I declare this meeting now adjourned.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hope you'll share the program with the minister and the deputy minister. I hope you'll share the program with them.
Bye.
Everything is aye.
Baie dankie voorsitter. Baie dankie voorsitter.
Mwana weta.
We are now at Jaipa.